is a avail himself of the Quebec Access to Information Act. Some might say that these arguments clearly demonstrate the CCRG's attitude, which is not to help claimants
I feel so gifted, I feel so high, I feel so lifted. By my side is where you're sitting, in my life is where you fit in.
Only the documents that were before
I never thought that I would get
rendered its decisions of September 24th, 2007 and November 13th, 2008, except those covered by privilege such as solicitor-client privilege, and to identify which of the documents were before the group at the time of the decisions rendered in 2007 and 2008, but which were no longer in its possession. So a judge had to force them to collaborate. In September 2016, Jolivet submitted a second request for review to the CCRG, supported by new evidence. Nothing was done, and once again, in October 2018, so 2 years later, the CCRG rejected his new request without even proceeding to the second stage, meaning an investigation by the CCRG or someone they designated. In 2021, Jolivet filed a third application for review with the CCRG. Beforehand, his lawyer, now a judge, and someone who believed in Jolivet's innocence contacted me. After spending several days studying the file, which was voluminous, I was disturbed by the prosecution's failure to disclose to Jolivet's lawyer before the trial the entire investigative file, which contained information that could have influenced the outcome of the trial, in my opinion. But as Jolivet is no child at heart, is no choir boy, since he is a person with a long criminal record, I asked him to take a lie detector test, which he agreed to do. The results of the test confirmed that he was telling the truth when he declared that he did not commit those 4 murders. I also noted that although he could submit an application for conditional release to the parole board, he wasn't doing so because he refused to acknowledge that his conviction was well-founded. So I agreed to volunteer to help his lawyer draft a new application for review by the CCRG. In addition, a well-known Montreal criminal lawyer who was convinced that a new trial was necessary also agreed pro bono to help draft the third application for review. 2 years later, the third request, which seemed to me to require the case to be referred to the courts, was rejected without even going to the second stage. Jolivet remains in prison to this day, even though his sentence has now exceeded 25 years and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act does not require the prisoner to admit responsibility. Jolivet only wants one thing: a new trial or a referral to the Court of Appeal. His situation is thus similar to that described in a decision by the British Columbia Supreme Court in the Skiffington case, where the judge says,
"Case can be made that the sole, or at least primary reason, the applicant is not currently in the community on structured release is his continued assertion of innocence and his desire to have his conviction reviewed." End of quote. I move to part 2. David Milgaard was charged in 1969 for the rape and murder of a nursing student in Saskatoon. He was 16 years old at the time. In January 1970, following a trial by a judge and a jury, he was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment, despite even his young age. His conviction was affirmed by the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal, and his leave to appeal to the Supreme Court was denied. Assisted by his mother, Joyce, David started to publicly claim his innocence in 1980. Unbeknown to him and his mother, the ex-wife of a man called Larry Fisher visited the Saskatchewan Police Department to report that she believed her former husband had likely killed the student. The Saskatchewan Police Department did not follow up on her statement. An application for review was completed in December 1988. It was denied by the then Minister of Justice on February 27, 1991. By a letter dated August 14, 1991, a second application was made based on different grounds with a copy to the then Prime Minister, Mr. Mulroney. It led to a meeting between David's mother and the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. After this meeting, the Governor in Council submitted a reference to the Supreme Court of Canada in which it was stated, I quote, "Whereas there exists widespread concern whether there was a miscarriage of justice in the convictions of David Milgaard, and it is in the public interest that the matter be inquired into," end of quote. The Supreme Court heard several witnesses over a few days, very rare in the Supreme Court, including Milgaard, who had not testified at his trial, and fresh evidence was presented, including reference to Larry Fisher. In its judgment, released on April 14, 1992, the Supreme Court stated, I quote, "We are satisfied that there has been new evidence placed before us which is reasonably capable of belief and which, taken together with the evidence adduced at the trial, could reasonably be expected to have affected the verdict. We will therefore be advising the Minister to quash the conviction and to direct a new trial." In other words, the current process was not working, and it's up to the Supreme Court to direct the ministers to refer the matter to the courts. The Justice Minister then ordered a new trial, but the Saskatchewan Crown chose to enter a stay of proceedings, depriving Milgaard of a possible judgment dismissing the charge. Milgaard was released from prison on April 16, 1992, but his innocence was still in doubt, despite he was still claiming it. 5 years later, on July 18, 1997, a DNA laboratory in the United Kingdom released a report confirming that semen samples on the victim's clothing did not originate from Milgaard, but rather from Fisher. Fisher was arrested and convicted 2 years later for the murder. On March 17, 1999, the governments of Canada and Saskatchewan announced a settlement with Milgaard in which he was paid $10 million in compensations for pain and suffering, lost wages, and legal fees. 4 years later, on September 30, 2003, the Saskatchewan government announced that a royal commission will investigate Milgaard's wrongful conviction. 5 years later, this commission reported that the police, under pressure to solve the crime, focused its attention on Milgaard and his two friends, coerced the friends into giving false statements, and relied on a false testimony made by the person whom Milgaard and his two friends were visiting, who was, incidentally, subletting his basement to the murderer. So that's what we call tunnel vision, when the police starts on a line of thinking and everything is put in place to fit the line, that we call it tunnel vision. The commissioner, a judge, concluded, and I quote,
There we go.
Conviction review system in
I
Canada
clicked the button
is
to turn
premised
it on,
the
but
belief that wrongful convictions are
that was
rare
annoying.
and that any remedy granted by the federal minister
So this is
extraordinary.
supposed to be,
Changes are needed to reflect the current understanding.
what is the title of it? Changes
on
are
the
needed to reflect the
inevitability
current
of
understanding
wrongful
on the
convictions
Okay, so this has
and
got
the responsibility of the criminal
subtitles.
justice system to correct its own errors. It is my recommendation that the investigations of claims of wrongful conviction be handled by a review agency independent of the government, end of quote. In fact, the case for this bill can be made in only 183 words. This is the length of the song We Kings by the Canadian rock band The Tragically Hip, which tells the story of David Milgaard. The song was
That's
released
true.
on the album Fully Completely in October 1992, 6 months after David's release from prison. Of course, there are other cases of grave miscarriage of justice,
Yeah.
including Donald Marshall Jr. in
Stephen
Nova Scotia,
Trescott.
to which my colleague Senator Kusner referred to recently. I move to part 3.
Holy crap, dude.
The initiator of the bill is the Honorable David Lametti. During the 2019 general election, Minister Lametti announced that, if re-elected, the Liberal Party will push for the creation of an independent commission.
Yeah, that was
When asked to
5 years ago.
asked to resume the position of Justice Minister, he insisted that the Prime Minister include in his mandate letter the creation of an independent commission.
And has
In
that
March
been committed?
2021, he appointed a special committee made of 2 retired judges, Harry Laforme, the first Indigenous person appointed to a court of appeal, and Juanita Westmoreland Traoré, the first Black Canadian appointed to the bench in Quebec.
Do I care what color they are?
This committee held
Holy shit.
45 roundtables involving 215
One of your favorite songs.
people,
I know it is.
heard from 17 exonerees who suffered miscarriages of justice and spoke to representatives of foreign miscarriage of justice commissions. They also spoke with crime victims and representatives of police, prosecutors, defense lawyers, legal aid officials, judges, and forensic scientists. The report
Dude,
of that
you
committee,
really should just be
submitted
doing
to the
this in
Justice
French.
Ministers in November 2021,
You've got a good translator
concluded
today.
the urgency to establish
speak
an
your natural
independent review
language.
commission and made 51 proposals
You're-
about its functionings and
You're
its
losing
composition.
the
It
you're
observed
losing the
that
timbre
the
of your
current
speech
system
here.
has failed to provide remedies for women, Indigenous, and Black people. This led to the drafting of Bill C-40, which was introduced on February 16, 2023, in the other place, and passed on division by the House on June 19 of this year.
Okay.
Today, I want to thank David Lametti for proposing a bill that fulfills the wish of David Milgaard and his family, and that can serve to prevent a repeat of his ordeal. To quote Milgaard, "The wrongfully convicted have been failed by the justice system once already. Failing a second time is not negotiable." End of quote. Part 4. I turn now to the salient features of the proposed process. An independent commission will review and investigate
I like
alleged
this. Oh, you
miscarriages
do,
of
huh?
justice, and
You
where
do? You
appropriate,
like this?
will refer cases to a court of appeal or to a court for a new trial. Bill C-40 expands the group of persons who are eligible to apply for review, including persons found guilty under the Youth Criminal Justice Act or the Young Offenders Act, persons who have pleaded guilty,
The Young
persons
Offenders
who have been
Act, that's
discharged
for-
under Section 730,
That's for like
and persons
dangerous
found not
young
criminally
offenders.
responsible on account of mental disorder. This implements recommendation 20 and 21 of the report. The inclusions of accused persons who pleaded guilty is a most welcome modification. In fact, 18% of the wrongful convictions in the Canadian Registry of Wrongful Convictions were the result of guilty pleas often under pressure to negotiate for fear of receiving a harsher sentence or because of inadequate legal advice. And almost all of those who pled falsely that they were guilty were indigenous, racialized, female, or living with a disability. Like the existing
Where is your
scheme,
stat?
the new process requires an applicant
Where's
to
your
first
stat on
exhaust their
that?
appeal
You can't
rights
just
while
make
allowing
a
the Commission's
comment like that
discretion to
and-
waive this requirement. The bill also states
it
that
on
the
the
Commissions
registry?
will be required to deal with applications as expeditiously as possible and provide updates on a
Yeah, but
regular
David
basis to
Hilgard
the
was a young
applicants.
offender. That's true.
That would be quite a reversal of the current process, I can tell you. In terms of the applicable threshold, the commissions may conduct an investigation in relation to an application if it has reasonable grounds to believe that a miscarriage of justice may have occurred, or if it considers that it is in the interest of justice to do so. This threshold for an investigation is far less stringent than under the existing regime, and this is a critical improvement since we know miscarriage of justice appear.
Yep, it is.
Once completion
It is.
of a
It is
review,
absolutely true.
once
You're
completion
right.
of a review, the Commission must make a decision on the application. If the Commission has reasonable grounds to conclude that a miscarriage of justice may have occurred and considers that it is in the interest of justice to do so,
Yep.
it could refer the matter to a court. Notably, the bill describes factors that the Commission must take into consideration in making its decision in the interest of justice, including the following two. First, the personal circumstances of the applicant, and second, the distinct challenges that applicants who belong to certain populations face in obtaining a remedy for miscarriage of justice, with particular attention to the circumstances of indigenous or black applicants. This is clearly in response to systemic discrimination associated
See,
with the
this
criminal
part
process
I
when
don't know
applied to these
anything
groups.
about. The systemic.
In terms of composition, the Commission will consist of a Chief Commissioners and 4 to 8 additional commissioners.
Okay.
When recommending commissioners, the Minister of Justice must, I quote the bill, seek to reflect the diversity of Canadian society and must take into account considerations
So more quotas, no
and must
merits. We
take
don't
into
want to have
account
commissioners
gender
based on merit,
equality
of course.
and the overrepresentation
be
of certain
quota
groups in the
based.
criminal justice system, including indigenous peoples and black persons. Furthermore, all commissioners will need to possess knowledge and experience that is related to the Commission's mandate. However, only the chief commissioners and at least 1/3, but not more than half of the commissioners will be lawyers with at least 10 years of experience in criminal law.
Okay, so there's
The other
some
half will be
merits
people
there.
having
Okay,
no
that's
legal training,
important.
but familiar with the system. The Commission will have to publish its decisions online, in contrast to the opacity of the existing scheme, which does not require the Minister of Justice to publish convictions review decisions.
Yeah, what the hell's with
Finally,
that?
the commissions will
Why-
be
why is
empowered
that not
to
a
provide
thing?
applicants and potential applicants with information and guidance at each step of the review process, as well as supports to applicants in need, such as directing applicants to community services or helping applicants access services, supplying translation and interpretation services,
Hey, Fury, thank
and
you.
helping them to obtain legal assistance in relation to their application. Mind you, many of these applicants are in jail, and it's difficult for them to get even access to a photocopier. This is a very positive development when one considers that many
Okay,
wrongful
so far I'm
convicted
not
persons are
upset
then
with this
serving
bill.
time
This
in
is not a
prisons
bad
with
bill,
limited
I don't
access
think.
to resources, as I said,
Not every
and
bill
poor
that
ability
comes
to
out of this
speak to a
government
lawyer.
is a
Final
bad bill.
part. Before concluding, I wish to salute the work of Innocence Canada, formerly called the Association in Defense of the Wrongly Convicted, a nonprofit organization founded in 1993. The organization
Yep.
focuses
We,
on factually
used some
innocent
of their
persons,
resources in our
an
law
impactful
class.
reminder that in conversations about
Canada.
miscarriage of justice, we are talking not only about those who should not have been convicted in the legal sense, but also those who truly did not commit the crimes for which they were convicted. Since its inception, Innocence Canada has helped to exonerate 29 innocent people, including Guy Paul Morin. In conclusion, colleagues, an entirely error-free criminal justice system is not possible. However, to recall the words of Mr. Milgard, and it is within our power to ensure that the justice system doesn't fail the wrongly convicted a second time. This bill gave us an avenue to achieve this crucial imperative and invite us to complete our second reading as soon as possible, considering the prevailing conditions in the Ottawa bubble. Thank you. Miigwech. Merci.
You did pretty good.
Senator Batters, you have a question? And it's, yes, I was just, if it's a quick question, because I'll have to see the clock.
Yes, two brief questions. First of all, Senator Delphine, thank you for that speech. One of my questions is that currently the reviews go to the Justice Minister
Senate.
through the, and you referred to it in your speech,
This
the
isn't
Criminal
the House.
Conviction
This is the
Review
Senate.
Group. And you noted that that's within the Justice Department. Who is on that group, and are they all lawyers?
Delphine?
Thank you very much.
Senator Delphine.
They are lawyers. They are under supervision of a director who is also a lawyer, and they are working separately from the Justice Department, from the Minister's office. They don't report to the ministers except at the end when they come with the final report, an investigation report, and some suggestions about what type of decisions will be made, including legal opinion.
Senator Batters?
Second quick question is, I'm wondering, you referred to the small number over the last 20 years, about 200 cases that were referred back to courts. Only 30 of those, or I'm sorry, 30 out of the 200 were referred back to the courts. None of those were women. And you referred to that in your speech as well as Senator Arnott did. And there was a discussion about how women may be, as a group, underserved. But what I was wondering about is what proportion of convicted people in Canada are women? I actually just got a statistic from my assistant saying she found that 6% of federal offenders in Canada in total are women. So it's a very small percentage. I'm wondering if you might also know what percentage of people convicted of violent crimes in Canada are women, because I would imagine that that's also a very small percentage.
Does that matter?
Honourable Senators, it is now 7 o'clock, and pursuant to Rule 3-31, I am obliged to leave the chair until 8 o'clock, when we will resume, unless it is your wish, Honourable Senators, to not see the clock. Is it agreed to not see the clock?
No.
Therefore, Honourable Senators, leave was not granted, and the sitting will therefore resume at, and I will leave the chair until 8 p.m.
So this was last night. So we're gonna turn this down. Oh, no, they turned the music off. Okay. So, I do not know. So that was the Senate. The Senate is boring as fuck. So this is Cpac TV is what's going on here. So I don't think the House of Commons, I think the House of Commons is about to start because it is 10 a.m. So I'm thinking that we're about to see the start of the House of Commons, and that was a replay from last night. That is what I am.
The candidacy of my old friend Patrick Bonnet at the eventually representing our party in Repentigny in a future federal election. It's a rather long story between Patrick and I. When I was president of the board of the Earth Day, he was the
Let me go make
director.
sure that
That's
I'm
just
at the
20 years
right
ago.
part.
And he was a very hard and committed and well-organized activist when I ended up in an environment with obligation to say we'll go as far as we can, but we might not be able to go as far as we want to in an environment. When you're a minister, there are limits. So Patrick Bonnet was there watching over my shoulder. And I found him a little bit more
What's
difficult
live
to deal
right
with.
now?
But he's a difficult person. I'm very happy now to see him come to the block.
I'm trying to see what's
His
right
vision
now.
coincides with ours of reconciling development and ecological
Sorry, guys.
transition as a
Here,
way
let me
of
put this
creating
on solo
greater
cam.
wealth to share, and as a means as well
And I will see what's live right now.
put forward a vision according to which Quebec has the potential of being
And then we'll carry
an
on.
economic and ecological model, a best case. but
So
not
let's
in
see,
the
there's
federal state
nothing
of Canada,
until
not in a state, the economic
12.
system which is based on Western Petroleum.
Then the
and
Senate
supported by
comes
the Banks of
back.
Toronto. So
Veterans Affairs.
some optimism being added to a pretty good period.
More
for us.
Senate
So I would
proceedings.
also like to
Question
announce to you
period.
that tomorrow there will be a meeting of the
See, this has to be live from
the Quebec and Canadian
what I've got
agricultural
right here.
sector,
Has to be live because
acting in favor of our demand of the bloc.
I'm pretty sure this is current.
The two pig-headed Liberal senators who are resisting
Cpac,
democracy
watch for
and are
democracy.
preventing
That's the tagline for the website.
the
That's
Bill
funny.
282 received the support of everybody in the House. And
Watch
out of
for
respect
democracy,
democratic
eh?
Principles, it is
Well, I suppose
absolutely unacceptable
you can
that
hold your
non-elected
MPs
parties
more accountable if you watch,
using procedural
see what's going on.
motions to prevent Bill C-282 from getting through the Senate.
Oh
to
my
receive
God, why is it-
sanction. Completely
why is it
unacceptable. Even
refreshing?
People who are not interested in agriculture.
I don't want it to refresh on me.
Denounce these senators for their refusal to respect democracy. Now, you could always talk about the independence of the Senate, but the day that we say that a non-democratic institution
I want
it passes before the other one, we have a problem. We also
Let's see.
against the strange argument that
I just wanna put this
free trade is a religion
back
on
on
the altar of which all
the
must be
TV
sacrificed,
thing
even
here.
if they're contrary to the interests of Quebec and Canada. So I was very active and present when the principle of the cultural exception was put in
Am
our
I on
free trade
here?
agreements, which excludes
Sorry,
arts and
guys.
cultures from our reciprocal trade agreements. It's possible to have exceptions when it serves the common good, but that's another.
I'm trying to get
Right now, the
to
House
the
is
CPAC
paralyzed by the
TV
privilege motion of the Conservatives,
thing.
and that could be ended if the Liberals.
I
call for
think
a
I
glide round.
broke
What is
it.
your position if the Liberals call for a glide round? Not for nothing. What that
14
means is that
live,
a royal
yes.
recommendation on C369
I want to know what's live right now.
that would end the difference of revenue between seniors from 64 to 74 and those older than 74 would make us more open-minded
Okay.
about
I'm about to go
putting
change
an end
into a
to the privilege questions
actual
raised by the
clothes.
Conservatives. Not because it's not a relevant topic, but because it should be referred to a committee. I think that for now, the Liberals as well as the Conservatives
so that way I can do
are,
some just some
enjoying,
stretches.
doing these things. Everybody finds their interest in a parliament that's not working.
Okay.
Whereas we're caught in a situation where we're trying to move things forward, the things that both Quebecers and Canadians want. But isn't that a way of taking Parliament hostage when you yourself recognize it should go to committee? Shouldn't you do the right thing and move it
There
to
we
committee?
go.
I think that everybody
This is a debate in the House of
make the right
Commons.
gestures
This is
so that
what we
good
want.
things happen.
This sounds like
And,
Yves
to
Francois
exercise our
Blanchette
vote
that's
according to our
talking.
conscience is certainly not taking Parliament as hostage if we had to look at those who do so the most in this Parliament, I think we'd be in fourth rank. Does this change anything about your ultimatum of the 29th of October? The fact that nothing is moving forward in the House? See, a royal recommendation doesn't depend on the Parliament, but of course we do have to have things move forward in the Parliament, in the House. We're going to bring 669 in third reading and hope that it will be passed before the 29th of October. Yes, that deadline remains. Nothing has changed.
Oh,
We
this
want
is a press
the same
conference.
amount of pensions for
That's
all
what this is.
seniors,
This is a press
65
conference
to
from
74,
Yves
75 and
François
older,
Blanchet.
in others to enjoy learning $6,500 without losing the guaranteed supplement. You seem to have anticipated the Liberals' refusal. Well, it's not that they refused it. What they did refuse was a motion for reasons of
Your
their own,
French
maybe
is
just to
terrible
temporize,
and
the last thing I
inaccurate.
could do is to put myself in the head of a Liberal.
That's okay.
The deadlines are there, and they can be met and be assured that we are looking very close at how much time remains and the possibility for us to obtain what we want before the deadline we have set.
Parliament not do any work until your demands are met, because if I'm not mistaken, that's what you said in French, that the only way for you to help unblock this question of privilege
You
is...
give me much more power than I do have. Most of the time, we are described as being a non-significant party in this parliament, and suddenly we are the king of the hill.
Oh,
and we are
shut
responsible
up,
for the future
François
of this
Blanchet.
country.
You're an idiot.
I'd like that. But now, if we don't get what we said we wanted, we will not do it, whatever the Canadian columnists say about us, which is not so nice in recent days.
Wow,
I'm
the
asking you about what you said in
Canadian
French, where
colonists.
you're happy to
Holy
let Parliament
shit.
sit the way it is on this question of privilege if you don't get it.
Did I say happy?
Wow.
Mr.
No
Blanchet,
matter
then
what
when
the
you said that you
Canadian
would do
colonists say about
I-
us,
I'm-
which is not so
then
nice.
if you
in
wouldn't
recent
mind,
days.
then if you could say in English what you said in French about how Parliament is now sitting on this question of privilege and what it would take for the Bloc Québécois to help unblock it.
Good, call
That's
it.
interesting. Everybody should have to say it in the other language what they say in one, without changing it. We have said what we
You're
do
right.
want in order to
So
have
do
this
it.
time and get back to work normally, and it is to have the royal recommendation on C319. We are not responsible for the way other parties behave, and I believe that both Liberals and Conservatives, whatever they say, are quite happy about the situation because they seem to gain from the fact that the Parliament is not working. Nobody is trying to do something and get something done. Everybody is trying to keep things the way they are and say the other party is responsible for what's happening.
Isn't
We are
that
not
what
in
you're
that
doing, like right
state
now?
of mind. We want things to go forward, and we might play a
Just
role
saying.
in what's coming in the next few days. Remember that next
That
week
seems
is off.
very much like what you're saying.
So the clock is ticking.
Mr. Blanchet, what about does the supply management bill have to pass into law by October 29th? And could you just explain in English how you feel about what's going on in the Senate right now?
The Senate right now, which is a non-elected group of people and institution, is going against the will of all the parties, and all the parties being composed of elected people in this parliament. They are going against it because two Liberal senators are against the principle of our bill, which has been voted by the elected
Yeah,
members
the whole
of House of
the
Commons.
whole House of Commons is voted
For
on
those
it.
who want this to happen, it is unacceptable. But it should be judged as absolutely unacceptable by anybody who believes in democracy, because now what we are seeing is those guys, non-elected, saying that they are over and above democracy.
The deadline of October 29th, must it be made into law by October 29th?
Yes, there's no change. October 29th is the deadline, but it would take very little time for the Senate to just say, okay, it's done. out of
He's
the
not
committee.
wrong.
Here we go.
Y a-t-il une conversation entre vous et Madame Freeland?
Did you have a conversation with Ms. Serena on support for, I don't know,
Vous voulez répondre en français ou en anglais? Anglais, OK. OK. No
answer in French or in
conversation.
English?
They know what we want. We want
That's funny.
the end of discrimination between elders, which are 65 to 74 years old, and those 75 and more, and we want them to be allowed to gain
That's funny. You're
$6,500
funny.
instead of $1,000 instead of $5,000 without losing the supplément de revenu garanti. Oh, I wouldn't know how to translate that, but you will. So we have had no conversation. They know what we want, and either
So she lied. They didn't
give
have
us
a
that,
conversation.
or they don't. They might try to fix
She,
something
she fucking flat out
baseless
lied
and
and said
meaningless
they've been
with
in
the
talks.
NDP and try
That's
something
funny.
with them. It's happened in the past. And they might suspend the parliament until
That is
January
too
or
funny.
February. They have many possibilities, but it is quite clear, and a poll has shown that 79% of all Canadians support what we want.
Monsieur, sur la question de privilège, j'aimerais revenir sur
On
le
the
fond de
question
la
of privilege, I'd come back to the basics of that the RCMP and the Auditor General say, whoops, that there's a problem for Parliament to be demanding the documents
pour envoyer ça à la police.
and send them to the police. Are these concerns that bother you or worry you? Well, it could be a solution to send it to a committee. But what the Conservatives are doing, are they doing it in order to improve access to information for citizens, or are they doing it to hold up Parliament, because that's one of their specialties, or to temporize
Okay, there it
because
is
they don't want
confirmed.
to have an election before the end of October, because there's 3 provincial elections going on. You know, the interest between the common good and partisan
Wait, what?
interest is difficult to affair, but the RCMP can say whatever they want. Parliament is sovereign, but the Minister of Justice
Pierogi,
was
not
rather
pierogies. We are not
strict,
Polish.
saying there's a question of a separation of powers, and the RCMP says we cannot use a document such as this in any trial because the law will have not been respected about
He
the way
didn't say anything about proroguing. He said that
the
they
Liberals are rarely prove what they're saying,
that
and they
the
know
Bloc
the solution to their problems
Québécois-
if they want to implement.
Concrete and constructive conversations between your party and the Liberal
He's-
Party.
he just
Certainly
said that
seems
there
like
was
there's
no
movement
good
on your
talk
side in
between
terms
him and
of
Christopher
help for
Freeland.
seniors with OAS. Is there any other solutions that you think you could find with the Liberals to support them?
The solution is very simple. It is so simple that I do not know what more I could explain.
Yes,
They know what we want.
he is.
know how
He
to
is a very
proceed
good English
to
speaker.
Give not only us, but all those in Quebec and Canada who want it. They know how to give it. They only have to proceed or find themselves another way out of this. But they know how we will behave. And you know, I believe that in the couple made by the NDP and Liberals, one of the two went to sleep on the couch. They might have to welcome
I
this
can't back
group
this
back
up.
in the bedroom, but one of the two will be tied to the bed, and I don't know which
This
one.
is the live
I'm not
feed
sure
from
if I were
Cpac. I
liberal,
can't back it up.
I would want to go back into that situation. Liberal, I would want to go back into that situation.
Oh, I can.
One of Liberals, one of the two went to sleep in the wish.
But I don't know how far back it goes.
It's an opposition party. Shouldn't you be attempting to help solve the crisis because no work is moving forward? Yes, and I feel pressure that way. And I love
Never
it.
trust a
I
Frenchman
find
who
it
can
interesting
speak English
to be
quickly.
able to work, to go and get something constructive. I don't have any guaranteed result, of course, and I'm not pretending that it will be. But the topics that we're putting forward exist and are legitimate to an extent not recognized these last few years. There's now a debate on the relevance and supported by the population that there is no reason to discriminate between two classes of seniors on the one hand, and there's also a debate that,
And if you find a girl that is
go very
fluent,
far
screw
west
her till she
about
can only
the
speak Brit.
necessity of pulling out the supply management from future free trade agreements. Debate is going very far in the direction that we want, that the pressure is now on the Liberals to grant to Quebec farmers and seniors what we have asked for. Are you surprised that the Senate is not cooperating? I think that they're supposed to be there for their wisdom. If they're there for their wisdom, they should be doing something other than trying to attack those who criticize them and say they shouldn't exist. We're great international negotiators, and we think that it shouldn't be excluded from the negotiation. Now, what does that mean? And what that means is that these people think that the supply management should once again be compromised in future trade negotiations, for example, with the United
I
Kingdom.
don't want to talk too much because I'm learning while I'm listening.
Farmers under supply manager. Things are going to get bad for you. We're going to sacrifice your interests for the benefit of anybody else who probably won't be in Quebec.
House Leader also said that there might be now a week deadline following the vote on last week's motion. We're now almost at the end of that week, so I'm wondering where are things at? Are you
Our calculations say that there's still time to give us what we have.
Your calculations? What calculations?
Avez-vous des alliés au Sénat, des sénateurs qui sont de
Do
votre
you have
bord?
any friends in the Senate? Yes, we have quite a few of them.
Yves serait mieux placé que moi pour en
Yves
parler.
knows it better than I do, but we have an important number of senators who do consider that 282 should be passed by them.
Sidious was
and
right,
essentially
eliminate
two
the
senators
Senate.
who see because of the position they occupy to
Dans l'engrenage,
throw sand
Not
in
wrong.
the gears
que ça
in
n'arrive
the hope that it doesn't pass,
complète illégitimité.
which is completely illegitimate.
It is.
Are there any discussions ongoing with the Liberals? On these two, on one of them or other, or what?
Il n'y a pas de discussion.
No, there are no discussions right now. In order to discuss, what we want is already very clear. I think that's what.
So
Mr.
again, that's
Propagation
another
Propagated Further was
confirmation.
saying.
There's
We
been
want
no
this,
discussions
we'll give you 5
on
weeks. Now there's only 3
anything
left.
with
It's
the
still
Liberal
possible.
Party.
So we're respecting our position. We haven't changed our minds. We're not trying to make.
I'm gonna quickly go change into some actual clothes. I will be right back.
And they have an easy way out of this, given the fact that according to a survey that was done a few days ago, 79% of Canadians, all told, including Quebecers, are in favor of
La fin de la discrimination chez
the
les
ending
aînés.
discrimination between two classes of seniors. So they're in a delicate position, and they have the time to solve that. And I don't have to explain them how they can do something that's really very simple: royal recommendation, third reading, Senate,
Tout à fait possible.
royal sanction. It's quite possible to do that within 3 weeks.
I did not expect them to move rapidly. I think they are, the mouse is trying to get out of the trap. It's still stuck there. Merci beaucoup. Largement.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, that was Bloc Leader Yves-François Blanchet earlier calling on senators to pass his party's bill on protecting supply management in trade talks. And also, as you just saw at the end of that news conference, continuing the call
My Bluetooth stopped, lost the connection. Refresh. Refresh.
Understand that
There we go.
CMP
Sorry about that. The
said
Bluetooth
it was
unconnected.
irresponsible to mix politics with an inquiry.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm
It's
okay.
a kind of a debate that is actually
We're
interfering
gonna
with
sleep all
the
day.
inquiry. I think that the NDP and the Blocs understand that situation. Question?
Oh, this is
You
like
said
a
that there were some
scrum,
discussion
like a
going
press
on with the
conference
Bloc and
scrum.
NDP, but the answer is different. Answer? Within the caucus, Madame Freeland and other members of the government did have these discussions a few days ago, and we keep on discussing it. We are a minority government. We have to work for senior citizens, children in the environment, and we need the support of the opposition. Question?
And you're not getting the support
With the
of the
gridlock in
opposition.
Parliament, they're not sure if you're going to meet the 29th of October deadline. Answer? I think he should focus on helping Quebecers as well as vulnerable seniors. He should not threaten the government. He should work with us, trying to improve the situation for seniors.
So that means you're not
It's
going to
not
play
by
ball.
helping us that we'll be able to help vulnerable seniors. So we have to look into that bill, trying to see how we can work better.
Mr. Blanchette has said that there's no negotiating. He wants the 10% increase for seniors 65 to 74. You said that's the wrong way to do anything. Should we interpret that there's no deal to be had between your government and the Bloc organization?
I think there will always be a need
Yeah, I
for
should have
deals to
left
be
it.
had, including
You're
with
right.
the NDP and the Bloc, because we are in a minority situation. We can't do the good things that Canadians expect of us to do if the opposition parties don't work with us. So the Bloc leader has said he doesn't want
which
to
minister
talk
is
to
that?
us anymore, but his members are talking to us. We have
Or
had
is that the- is that
discussions
the-
and meetings with
I know
Bloc
who
and
that
NDP
is. He's in
members
the House
of
of
Parliament over the
Commons a
last
lot.
few
He
days, and
does
we'll continue to
question
have
period a
that,
lot.
including on the importance of supporting better vulnerable seniors.
So you're trying to run around the leader. It seems like he doesn't want to play ball, but you're trying to get members of his caucus to try and get inside the proposal that you put forward?
No, we talk to everyone, and I suppose the Bloc members talked with each other as well. We talk to everyone on the other side who are interested in making this country and this government better able to support Canadians in a time of
For instance,
of need. Now we
Americans,
see
when
what's
the-
happening
for
on the
instance,
planet, how
Polyev being
challenging
banned
the
from the
situation
House
is. Canadians expect
something
members
Americans
of
will
Parliament
never
and the
understand,
Bloc and the NDP
because
members
this
of
is
Parliament
like
in particular
banning
to work
Donald
together
Trump from the
and
House.
collaboratively.
Yeah.
OK, thank you. Juste sur le TGV, est-ce qu'on va voir un TGV?
Bien, je me suis déjà exprimé là-dessus la semaine dernière.
Answer? Actually, I answered that question last week. My colleagues did all the same. Minister of Transport also did the same. There's a difference between a light train and a fast train. There's a difference.
What?
Though we
That
have
does
to
not
study better
translate
this
from
question.
French to English well.
So if we have a fast train, they have to have their own tracks, making sure that there are no too many road crossing, because the speed is very
Dude, this
high.
is a really bad analogy.
It's all about the same speed as we observe
What
in
are
Europe.
you doing?
So it's a question of choice. Do we want to have a fast train
But
between
Trump
two
not being an
cities,
actual party leader
or want
has
to
no
have a
reason to
very
be in the
fast
House in
train
the first
system?
place. Yeah. That's true.
What I would like to have is a better transit system for Quebecers as well as for Canadians. We have to take
he's
into
the transport
account
minister.
technical
That's who
consideration,
he is.
talk to engineers. We have to also look at the different codes. And there's a difference between a fast and a very fast train. So we have
Holy
to,
fuck,
to proceed
dude.
with technical studies.
Yes, we know
So for
there's a
Quebec,
difference between a fast
to
and a
have
very
a high
fast
frequency
train and a
fast
slow and a
train
fast
between
train.
Montreal, Quebec, and Trois-Rivières would be very good. Answer? I think you have to have this question to Poilievre. The Speaker of the House was very clear. But if he's ready to confront the Speaker, what will happen if you disagree with Poilievre? Now the order was very clear. You have the Commissioner of the RCMP. You also have the Auditor General that made her comments. And the Speaker decided it has to be sent to a committee.
No, it has to be
Simply
sent
the
to the
Commissioner
RCMP.
of RCMP. It's not a nobody. If they're following the recommendation of Poilievre, it goes against the rights and freedom of the population. Then the Auditor General is also saying the same thing. Don't use the documents that I received.
If they did Pelosi, and
Because
95% of their Senate would be prosecuted.
with the other inquiries of the AG. So actually you have Poilievre who wants to interfere with the work of the Auditor General. This is a very serious issue. So when we have the Auditor General and the RCMP Commissioner says there's an issue, it's an issue.
Yeah.
We have to preserve our democracy. We have to preserve the rights of the population.
The
Because
rights
in the
of
documents
the population
requested by
are
Poilievre,
for you guys not
there
to
are
steal the
personal
tax
files
dollars.
of employees and former Canadian public servant. So we do have laws in this country. It's not because we're in Parliament that we have to ignore all of these laws. We have to, to protect privacy.
Because that's how you're
And
acting.
if the police wants to table some documents, they have to follow a procedures. So Poilievre doesn't want to respect these rules. It's a very dangerous position. That's the reason we're there for Canadians and to respect of democracy. Today it might be TDC, but imagine this is an independent body that was created by the Parliament in 2001 and managed by the government. And then we want to just put aside all of the laws in Canada. We have to protect democracy.
Commissioner has spoken. The RCMP Commissioner and the Auditor General have been very, very clear to say, do not proceed this way. There are procedures existing. There are ways to do that would preserve the rights and the rights of the people which you're talking about. Imagine what he's suggesting is that you would turn over personal files of people, of employees and former employees of a third-party entity. This is pretty wide. You're saying that now Parliament would say to an arm's-length entity, a foundation created by Parliament in 2001, not respecting any of the rules about procedural fairness, not respecting what the Auditor General is saying. There is a fundamental problem. That's why we're standing up for democracy. We're standing up for justice. We're standing up for common sense, I would say. Well, because if you're doing that today, imagine what he could do to you or to any other organization, because we have laws in this country to protect personal freedom. You have laws in this country to protect personal information. You have rules and processes. Listen, the RCMP has processes to get documents. The Auditor General has processes to do that. And what he's saying, and they're both saying that, it's dangerous. And that's why what he's asking, that's why the rule that the Speaker made is fundamental. He said, let's study that in committee. So we will, at one time...
The Liberals put it in a committee that the Liberals don't chair, don't have a majority.
Well, listen, there's already a committee of the House to do that, because if you allow that...
But you struck a
No, but hold on. If you allow that, you're creating a precedent. And the question is not today. The question is, what about in the future? What if he goes after you after? What if he goes after your organization after? What if he goes to any other third-party organization? What about if it's your personal file? What about if it's your file that he wants? Does that mean that Parliament is sovereign that can ask, that they would have your file? And files of employees of your organization that have left? You're talking about an organization that no longer exists. You're talking about an organization where the chair has resigned, where the board has resigned. You're talking about an organization for which you have 4 independent reports. We got to the bottom of this. You have 2 law firms, an auditor general, and an accounting firm that look at that. The RCMP has access to everything that they need. And it's not me saying that, it's the commissioner. So we're standing up for democracy. We're standing up for people. We're standing up for rights. Because if you allow that to happen, it's not today that I'm concerned about. It's what may happen in the future. That's why it's dangerous, because you're creating precedent like that. And if you allow that to happen without being challenged, because this is the type of person who's not used to be challenged. If you're not standing up and he's willing to take on the speaker, imagine if it's you next time. That's why I'm concerned.
In fact, you have to discuss with the other political parties. I would say that Canadians are there to understand what is logical. They know that there were some inquiries, that the Auditor General did its work, that RCMP also did its work. And there's a Speaker of the House that wants to refer this to a committee.
Listen, I think that now it's up to the Bloc and the NDP to really stand up for democracy, to stand up for rights, because
I think it is up to the Bloc and the NDP to stand up for democracy,
that if you start allowing... Well, listen, what we need to do is to get back. We got to the bottom of this, now we need to get back to work. That's what
j'écoute.
C'est au Bloc et au NPD de se tenir debout. Dans le fond, ce que vous voulez dire, c'est que c'est au Bloc et au NPD d'appuyer une motion.
You're talking about the Bloc and the NDP. Answer? At one point, Parliament has to proceed with the motions and the bills. So then you have 2 pillars of our democracy. We have the Auditor General and our CMP. They did their job.
It feels like
they know how to work. They have procedures in place. They don't need all of the shenanigans. You don't need to politicize this question.
Have I tried resistance? No, that won't
So
work.
I think this is worrisome for everyone. They want to politicize the work of the Auditor General. We want to put their nose in the police work. And we have institutions.
Yeah, I literally
the Auditor
just tried
General,
to do
as
the
well as the
seals,
Commissioner,
the
actually
pigeon
issued letters.
stretch on my left side, and it just
And that's the
fucking-
reason why I'm
ugh.
saying this is a dangerous situation. This would
That
be
was
precedent.
awful.
That's the reason why we have the Charters of Rights and Freedoms. We have to protect the rights of the population.
Do you have any concerns about giving something to the separatist party to prop your government?
My point is,
Well, we've been there for seniors and we'll always be there. You know, the choice we
It
made
feels
at the time was
almost
that
like I need
if you look
someone
at
to like
those who are
yank my
75
leg back
and
into
above,
fucking.
there are people
Oh, it
at
fucking
this
hurts.
portion of life, mainly women at that
Okay, going to the
which have much
that
lower
screen.
income. So at the time we made a choice to say we need to give more to those who are in need. And those are people which are largely 75 and above. That's a choice we made. And seniors understand, if you look at the dental program just in Quebec, you know, you have 800,000 people who have already signed up. So I would say seniors know we have their back. Seniors also want us to help those who are much in need, and that's what we did. And that's what
Have their backs again with that slogan.
Okay, wait, just a second. I'll start by talking about Florida, I'll talk about Lebanon, and then I'll answer your question. Ça va? Okay. So, first and foremost, when it comes to Florida, our hearts and hers are with people in Florida that are facing a devastating hurricane, which is Hurricane Milton.
Shut up, Jolie.
To all Canadians that are registered with the embassy, every one of
This
you should have received
stupid cartridge that I have, it's not heating up
follow
properly.
the U.S. authorities' evacuation orders. This is about making sure that your life is safe, that the life of your loved ones
Oh, you were
are
looking
safe
for this shirt
as
this
well.
morning. It somehow
And
ended up
for
in my
all
drawer.
those who are thinking of going to Florida right now, wait. This is not the time.
The right thing to do is please respect the evacuation orders given by the American government. As you understand, many politicians told you to be careful about your life and to respect evacuation orders. So for everyone that do want to travel to Florida, please wait a little bit. For everyone that registered themselves with the embassy, you should have received an email and a message, and that's the one I just said. So I'm in communication, and my team is in communication with the American authorities, and we're following the situation very closely.
Lebanon. Now, on the question of Lebanon, 122 Canadians are leaving Lebanon today on a new flight, and we're also assisting the departure of 15 UK citizens. Tomorrow, there will be 100 new seats on a flight between, again, Beirut and Istanbul, and there will be more to come. At this point, we're at 1,200 Canadians that have been assisted in departing Lebanon. And of course, my message is always the same. The situation is extremely volatile, extremely dangerous. Please, if you're offered a seat, take it. What we're seeing is there's around 100 people contacting us now per day to get more information about assisted departures. Everybody should have been contacted. So please make sure to go on the website of Global Affairs Canada, seeing the link to Lebanon, and get the information. It's really, really important.
So right now, we help 122 people. They're leaving Lebanon, and we'll also help 15 other UK residents. Tomorrow, we've booked 100
she's trying to tell the
seats
Canadian
on commercial
snowbirds
flights
that are
for
down there
Canadian
to get the
residents.
fuck out.
They will
That-
be able
that
to
is
leave
true.
Beirut towards Istanbul. There's about 1,200
Because it
Canadians
is just about
that
time
were
for
able
them
to
to
leave
start heading
Lebanon.
down there.
There will be more information in the next few days. What I may say, there are about 100 Canadians or 100 people are calling us to get more information about assisted departures. We've been in contact with everyone that is registered, so if you do have any question, please contact Global Affairs Canada. Questions?
Double down on his comments that he would support Israel proactively striking Iran's nuclear sites. Does that concern you about an escalation, or is that something that Canada would support as well?
First and foremost, the position of Canada has always been to bring back peace and stability to the Middle East. Israel has said that they would
Bring
retaliate
back peace
and
and
that
stability?
they would do
That
so,
would mean
and
peace and
consequences would be
stability had to
severe.
exist in
What
the
the
Middle East in the
G7 has
first
said,
place.
all countries of the G7, is that that answer needed to be proportionate. And that's what we'll continue to advocate for. And we stand along the 7 most influential and impactful countries in the world.
And so specifically targeting those nuclear sites, would that be proportionate?
My point is it needs to be proportionate, and the President of the United States has already said
She
that
just
he's
asked
against
you
it.
if nukes are a proportionate response, and you're like, we need to be proportionate.
Canadians whose family
Yeah,
members
we understand
are
that. Do you think
non-Canadian. They're
nukes are
not Canadian.
proportionate? We need to be
Yes, but
proportionate.
do they need a Canadian visa to get on these flights, these Canadian flights? Because we're hearing that they can't get on.
Yeah, so that's a very good question. We've been having 2 approaches. We've been sometimes offering charters, and sometimes we've been offering seats on commercial flights. So we've been able to adjust to the different realities of Canadians.
Do you
So
need a
in that
visa, yes or
sense,
no?
We've been able to offer solutions to Canadians that had issues with some of their loved ones, you know, basically children or spouses, that didn't have all their documents ready. That being said, my message is always the same. Get your documents ready. It's really important. But I understand that at this point, because we've been dealing with more than 1,000 Canadians that have different circumstances, from different walks of life, that's why we've been able to be adaptable.
For those who don't have the documents, like what
By
option
peace and
is there? Can
stability,
they
she
take
just
the
means
charter? Can they
Muslims
take the
blowing
seats
up
that are reserved on the?
They can take
okay.
the seats, and that's on commercial flights because we're sending them to Turkey. So that's why we've been
Don't need a
in.
visa on the commercial flights.
That's why we've been working with some cases.
On the hurricane, do you have an idea of how many Canadians are in Florida at the moment? It's a popular spot for snowbirds. And what would your advice be if people have property down there and are worried about their property in the aftermath of what happens.
So
you're
on
gonna
that
have
very
to-
question, my department will be able to answer you today, I'm sorry, because of course I asked that question, and we know that there are millions of Canadians that go to Florida every year. That being said, as of now, how many are in the affected region?
If you've got
I need
property
to get back
down
to
there,
you with that
just,
number.
like,
That being
go
said, we
deal
know
with it
all
after.
of us go to Florida. We
And
don't
you
necessarily
better have
register with
property
the embassy.
insurance.
And so when you look at the number, it's just an indication, but that's clearly not the entire picture.
And for people with property down there in the aftermath of the storm, what should they be doing and who should they be contacting? And how might consular services be impacted for the Canadians
They
who
should
are
be
down there right now in a
contacting
natural
their
disaster
insurance
scenario
company.
like this?
So in every form, sorry, can you just, yeah, thank you. Okay, so for everyone that is affected by the situation, of course, people need to follow evacuation orders because you have to follow the local authorities, what they say. And you've heard it many times, it's a question of life or death. So people need to follow the evacuation orders. It's really, really
Okay,
important.
but they're asking
and
about
we're there to
property.
assist anybody that has questions or need help. Of course, Canada stands ready.
La sanction que M. Poiliev a eue de ne pas pouvoir parler.
Mr. Poilievre's decision or his punishment of not being able to talk for 1 day, is that a severe enough punishment for his behavior? No. Should it be longer? Well, the problem with Pierre Poilievre is that even if he continues to say lies, it ends up being thought of as truth. He kept saying his lies yesterday, and he'll continue again today. In the meantime, he still hasn't presented any apologies.
He's
and
not
I am
going
to
to,
put
and he
pressure
shouldn't.
on him every day until we get the response we need. And on his comments about Israel, saying it would be okay for them to bombard the Iranian nuclear sites, is that worry you? You are continuously talking about
Yes, and
disescalation.
for the entirety of our
Well,
fucking
the problem
lives,
with Pierre
everybody knows that
Poilievre
from
is
August to November is
when you look at
hurricane
the conflict
season,
in the
right?
Middle East, you can't say the word peace. It's as if his
Everyone
mouth
has
is
made
stuck on
jokes
it.
about going to
No,
Florida
people in
during
Canada, what they want
hurricane
now
season.
is a return to stability and
God
peace.
damn it, I hate how
That's
they
what
pretend
people
all this
in
shit
Israel
is
want.
new,
That's what
right?
people in Gaza want. That's what people in the West Bank want, and that's what the people in Lebanon want. And sincerely, the most important thing is that we can get stability and peace in the Middle East. Canada's position is historically always the same, and that's what Pierre Poilievre is trying to change. Canada's position has always been that we think that it's a good thing to have a two-state solution, because ultimately
Poilievre has always wanted a
it'll be the
two-state
same.
solution. What
Israelis
the
and
fuck?
Palestinians have
Why
the
are
right
you
to live
sitting up here
peacefully
lying
and in
about
security,
Poilievre
side
and
by
getting
side,
and
each in their
saying
own
that
state.
he's lying
And that has
about
been
you?
Canada's position for 30 years since the Oslo Accords, and the position that the Hamas is trying to block, and that is why they launched their assault on the 7 October 2023.
She's
that they're
literally
still
saying
holding
what
hostages.
Poilievre
So
is
what
saying,
we're
but then
asking for is an
blaming
immediate
Poilievre
ceasefire
for
in
it.
Gaza, the freeing up the hostages, and Hamas puts its weapons down, and the ceasefire with Lebanon, that's between Hezbollah and Israel, and we have to have a desescalation. How about the nuclear installation? Is that a proportional answer according to Canada? Well, we're very clear on that. When it's a
My
military
balls are
intervention,
sweating
you
because
should
of
use
climate change.
as
Oh no, wait,
attack
my balls are
military sites.
inside of me
That's it.
because it's so
So I
cold
already
because
answered your
of
question
climate
ultimately.
change.
Okay, so the problem with Pierre Poilievre is
Le problème avec Pierre Poilievre, c'est que
for him.
on dirait que le mot paix, c'est tabou pour lui. Nous savons
Why
tous
are we listening
que
to
ce
the
qui est
French?
nécessaire
I
à ce
don't want to
moment où
listen
il y
to
en a,
the French.
c'est la paix et la stabilité. C'est ce que les gens en Israël veulent, et c'est ce que les gens à Gaza veulent, et c'est ce que les gens au Liban veulent. C'est ce que les gens en Cisjordanie veulent. Et Canada a toujours eu la même position depuis 30 ans, depuis les accords d'Oslo, savoir
I want to hear the English.
deux États, que Pierre Poilievre est contre, en fait. Et savez-vous quoi?
Is also against. And Hamas is
Le Hamas est contre aussi.
it wanted to
Oh my God, she's saying that Poilievre is for the same things that Hamas is
pour
for?
s'assurer que cette solution deux États ne se
She's-
produira pas et que l'entente
Is
avec l'Arabie
she
Saoudite
really?
n'aurait pas lieu
Oh
aussi.
my God.
Également,
still they still have
ils ont encore des otages, ils les détiennent encore, les
I
ont pas
can't
libérés.
believe that.
Et le contrôle le territoire de Gaza. Donc, notre position est très claire. Nous devons ramener la paix et la stabilité au
Fuck me
Moyen-Orient.
backwards with a
Nous
cricket
avons besoin
bat. The idiocy
un
is so
cessez-le-feu à
big.
Gaza, la libération des otages, et la Hamas doit déposer ses armes. Et il
Easy
faut un
because he can't
cessez-le-feu
defend
au
himself in the
Liban,
house
le
today.
Hezbollah
Well, I don't
et
know that
l'Israël.
yet. I don't know if he's
Et nous
still
devons nous
banned.
assurer que, ultimement, nous ramenons la paix et la sécurité.
Because it just was a one-day ban. Oh, who's that?
Les installations nucléaires. Vous dites que c'est contre la loi internationale ou contre la politique du Canada pour en arriver à la paix. Bien, tout d'abord, oui, c'est contre la loi internationale.
Thank you for the follow, Larry.
Deuxièmement, nous devons nous assurer qu'il y a une réponse proportionnelle de la part d'Israël à cette attaque dont ils ont été victimes de la part de l'Iran. Et c'est pour ça que le G7 à sa position, nous devons nous assurer qu'une réponse proportionnelle. Je parlais avec d'autres diplomates hier pour nous assurer que nous exerçons une pression sur le gouvernement israélien et en même temps que nous pouvons mettre de la pression sur tous les partis et l'Iran, qui a un régime terroriste avec tous ses substituts comme le Hezbollah et Hamas. Donc la diplomatie se maintient et peut ramener la paix. Est-ce qu'il est temps pour le Canada d'accélérer sa reconnaissance de cet autre État dans cette solution à deux États? Le comité examine la chose en ce moment même avec des conversations, mais vous avez dit avant que le travail fait un travail indépendant, mais c'est pour ça, ils font le travail, ce travail indépendant qui est et que nous avons dit, c'est la reconnaissance de la Palestine, c'est une position que j'ai annoncée au mois de mai et que j'ai mentionné à l'Assemblée générale il y a 2 semaines, c'est que le Canada, quand ce sera le bon moment, reconnaîtra
Is it a horror
cet
movie
État
or a thriller
palestinien.
or?
Pourquoi? Il y a 2 choses qui doivent avoir lieu avant. Le gouvernement Netanyahu est contre et la Hamas est encore en contrôle de Hamas et des otages. Et c'est pour ça, puisque nous n'avons pas
She is
les
saying
bonnes
that
parties,
Polyev
le Canada réserve son droit de
in
dire
favor of the
à
same
quel
things that
moment
Hamas is
ils
in
vont
favor of.
reconnaître un État. En ce moment, nous devons nous entendre sur les conditions de cette reconnaissance. Je crois que cette reconnaissance aura beaucoup d'effets parce que le Canada a son importance dans le monde et c'est pour ça que nous considérons quelles sont les
Notice she
conditions.
hasn't
Et le
condemned
travail
the
fait
protests
est important dans le travail du comité. Merci.
Probably, but I'm not here to tell you what's going on between the parties. But as liberal, I believe negotiating and keeping dialogue with others is extremely important, especially in situations like we are experiencing now in Canada. I am always to negotiate. We should never stop negotiation.
Do you think it's a reasonable timeline, the October 29th? You don't think, Blanche said that there's no room for flexibility on that. Do you think that that's reasonable?
I think, as we said in English, if there is a way, there is a way. We should always keep. We should always keep going.
That was
What do you think of Mr. Polyev when he says that it's okay for Israel to prevent a strike against nuclear facilities in Iran?
Un homme qui pense d'être le premier ministre.
A man who would like to be prime minister of a big country like Canada, when he says something like that, I'll let the Canadian people judge the worthiness of it, rather than doing the impossible to find a solution.
Jesus.
A global and permanent solution for both parties.
I'll
and for
let
the
the
creation
Canadian
of 2
people
states
decide how
that
to
can live
feel
together in
about
peace
that.
and
I don't want to
security.
have an opinion because I'm too spineless to have an opinion.
And he wants to launch nuclear strikes. Well, I would even qualify that as satanic.
Whoa!
That as satanic.
In a situation like that, a gentleman who doing his best.
He just called Polyev's.
Minister of Canada. Instead of working.
He just called
keeping
Polyev's
the
belief that
reputation
Israel
of
has the right
Canada
to
as
defend
a
itself
peace
satanic.
campus. You have to remember, under Lester B. Pearson, Canada created the peacekeeping force, and it's one of the best heritage. So instead, a person who doing his best to be a prime minister
I'm kind of
instead
flabbergasted
bringing both
right now.
parties
This
together,
is
doing his best according to our Canadian vision.
Hold on a second, guys. I need to do a bit of a rant here for a second. That's why I've muted it. But watching this happen, watching the House of Commons proceedings, watching Cpac this morning, watching this press conference is incredibly disturbing to me because they are literally turning Poilievre's accusations and they are just they're saying that he is pro-Hamas, basically. That's basically what they're saying. The Liberal Party is out having a press conference right now, and they are saying that Poilievre has the same wishes about Israel that Hamas does. They're saying that Poilievre doesn't have the want for a two-state solution. One of the MPs just said that Poilievre's belief that Israel should defend itself from attacks from Hamas is satanic because they may have to use nukes or they may have to strike the nuclear facility or whatever. Like, are you serious? Way to show your hand. Way to prove him correct about the pro-Hamas supporters in the Liberal Party. And we still don't know whether he's banned or not from the House of Commons. This is as of 10:50. We don't know if he's back in the House of Commons yet. We don't know if he's allowed. So we're still waiting to see if he's going to be there today, but apparently his belief that Israel should defend itself is satanic. I don't understand how. But yeah, that is an actual thing that has just been said. I can't believe that.
A, de-escalate tensions, and B, to deal with
That's insane.
Is another matter.
As a Jewish MP, what is your reaction to the suggestion from the Conservatives that the Liberals played a part in the rise of anti-Semitism?
It's nonsense. I spoke to this yesterday as well. This place is about politics, and I can appreciate that to a certain extent. But right now, our responsibility as public officials, as elected officials, is to do everything that we can to be a part of the reparation of relationships in our communities. And this type of language...
I don't think you want to use that word.
And it's not true.
I don't think you want to use that word.
Many hours over the course of the past year fighting to represent the Jewish community, to make sure that the Jewish community feels safe and heard, and that goes for my colleagues as well. So the assertion that the rise in anti-Semitism is as a result of the policy positions of the government is completely false.
No, it's not.
Pierre Poilievre dit que le gouvernement libéral...
Pierre Poilievre says that the Liberal government is favouring anti-Semitism in Canada. What do you answer that? I think that is a bad thing to say. I think
I
that
think
the
it's
Liberal
a
government is
bad
very
thing to
serious
say.
about
Well,
anti-Semitism. It's the reason why the Prime Minister appointed me as a
sometimes
special
true
advisor on the
things aren't
issue.
necessarily good things to
It's a
say,
serious
but they're
problem in
necessary to
Canada,
say.
and I take this very seriously. It should be something that everybody should be against anti-Semitism. What happened at that demonstration was quite unacceptable in Canada, and we will continue to fight against anti-Semitism. The amounts that we announced, the $65 million last week for institutions in Canada, churches and synagogues, is something very important, and also condemning Samadoun.
Condemning Semitism? Yes.
Anti-Semitism is a really serious problem in this country, and it should be a nonpartisan issue. The Jewish community deserves all parties to fight against anti-Semitism. That is exactly why I brought the motion to the Justice Committee earlier this year to do a study on anti-Semitism. That's where we're going to do a response to that will be brought out in a report that I hope will be unanimous. That will talk about all the places we need to tackle anti-Semitism at universities, the demonstrations where there are horrendous things being said, and making sure that we do list Samadoun, which is an important thing.
Said and done.
I'm good. Thanks, guys.
I'd be just as nervous if I did it now than later, so we might as well do it now. I think what you know about that. What Mr. Legault says, I wonder what the point is in going to Paris to pout and to speak out against asylum seekers.
Is he literally? Oh my God! Now they're shitting all over the Premier of Quebec. This is amazing.
We should behave as a statesman, and I
This is amazing. What the fuck?
Contrary to what the Prime Minister did, our Prime Minister. So there's a place for these discussions, and for me, it was awkward for me to see him acting that way. Now, with regard to the proposals, I think it's difficult to compare France to what happens here. We have our own challenges, and I'm prepared to face them, even if he asks for the resignation of Justin and his government. We should work together as governments, but I don't agree with François.
We should work together as a government. Oh, yeah.
It's difficult to deny it. You all saw the letter we sent.
Because that's what's happening.
Arrivals at Trudeau Airport of asylum seekers have dropped over the last few months. We're ready to give money to provinces who
They have? I don't think they
asylum
have.
seekers.
I haven't heard anybody say that the numbers
and
have dropped.
acting in a humane fashion towards these people who are fleeing war and oppression in their homeland. So yes, we have to treat people as human beings. In your negotiations with Quebec, do they recognize that you also, that they also have to work on people asking for student permits that become asylum seekers? Well, more privately than public. They know well that immigration is a shared jurisdiction, and
Bing bong.
And there's several different categories of temporary residents have tripled.
Right, I'm gonna go get more coffee and put some
What I
food in
see,
the
and
air
what we all
fryer.
see, is that Mr. Legault, more often than not, is confusing asylum seekers with a refugee that is entitled to protection with an economic immigrant or people seeking family reunion. So it's a not very precise way of him talking about this, and I've said it several times that he's doing it for political reasons, but we still have to work together without compromising our principle. What do you mean?
They just called Francois.
Translate baboon in English.
What do you say?
It means sulking, or I don't know how you translate that off.
Well, what do you think he's doing?
I don't think it's helpful to go in Paris and talk about matters that are really domestic in nature, and ones where, in particular, you have to behave like a statesman. And to go, I don't know what the French's approach to hearing him talk about issues that are very important to Canadians and to Quebecers, but are really ones for his own domestic politics. I think as a head of state, a head of government, in a particular province, you owe it to Canadians and to Quebecers to behave on the world stage in a way that I think that is appropriate. I think that's been called. I don't need to go back on that, but I think people see it for what it is.
Well, when you talk about domestic politics that he's doing, I mean, is he doing beyond that fanning flames of resentment in Quebec against immigrants?
I've said quite publicly that I think these are for political motives, and I think in this case, when we are dealing like other countries with record numbers of asylum seekers, there is absolutely a federal responsibility. I don't want to deny that, but also in the case of a federation like Canada, responsibility and a jurisdiction of all provinces to act in a way that that respects our international conventions, respects domestic law, and not to weaponize it and not to politicize it. More often than not, these people are indeed legitimate asylum seekers, are in need of protection. When they get that protection, we have to treat them.
Don't go to France and talk about shit that's happening to you.
Including proper due process.
It's embarrassing
Can we
to
do a better job
Canada.
at making sure that the flows that come in are not of people that don't have a legitimate right to claim asylum? Absolutely, and that's work that's ongoing, and the federal government has some clear responsibility. But the best way to
Fun
do that is to
question.
diffuse it and not
We
sort of
have to
import,
treat them like
what
human
we're seeing
beings.
to the
Why do
south.
they not behave like human beings?
And that applies to every single premier.
Oh, honey. That's a hate speech question, that is.
What do you think about the comments that we see in La Presse? Actually inciting asylum seekers to go in other provinces and maybe to decrease the social support they're receiving. What's your opinion about that? Answer? I haven't seen the article myself. I think this discussion has to be done in private, and this should be amongst the minister responsible for that files. But we have to have an analysis, respect the asylum seekers, and act humanely. We are ready to meet with provinces, and we want them to do their part.
Yeah, do your part.
How about
your
banning the
part and
group
take in all those
Samidoun
people.
at the request of Poiliev? Answer? It's really sad to see such a comment. I mean, to see such a thing. We have to respect some rule when we have peaceful protests. First of all, there's no vandalism. You don't attack other people, especially you don't attack the authorities. And you cannot have any
Then
type
why is all this
heinous
happening?
speeches. I think this is simply disgusting. Once more, authorities have to interfere. I don't respect this idea.
The Gaza temporary residence program, how's that going?
Sure. Frustratingly slowly. We have
that Sean
had
Fraser?
limited progress as several hundred people, Gazans, have been able to come here with their families. We have made the commitment
Sean
publicly
Fraser to me.
to families to bring 5,000 Gazans to safety. To those that have been able to reach Egypt, sometimes by paying exorbitant bribes to third parties, they have to go through a security process. And our priority is to make sure that this is done in a way where people are dealt with respect and respecting the security protocols before getting to Canada. We are supporting families when they're here, but it has been painfully slow, obviously because of the inability to get people out through the Rafah gates and the tragedy that continues to go on in Gaza. It doesn't mean we give up, and we are putting lots of resources into making sure that we are doing things the right way, and we'll continue to make sure that people can gain safety and that families that are here that are looking for their loved ones will have that opportunity.
Where are you at on Lebanon, a similar kind of immigration pathway for people who aren't currently permanent residents or citizens?
So a couple of things, Tonda. Internally, we are accelerating cases to make sure that, that the processing of people with ongoing applications to become permanent residents is given priority. Right now, if and when there is an evacuation on a scale that we have a plan in place for, it would be one that prioritizes permanent residents and Canadians foremost.
Right, so, but in terms of like the acceleration, it's only people who have applications in process. Have you made a decision to accelerate them, or you're just getting ready to, or what?
No, we've been doing that for several for several months.
And no other special program, in other words, to open up?
The priority in this case, Tonda, is Canadian citizens and permanent residents.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we switching now to
Question? What's
No,
the
we're
role
still doing
of
press
the
conference.
Quebec
Holy fuck.
government in the definition of the mandate of Radio-Canada? Answer? It's not Ottawa that's responsible of that. It's actually in 2012 and 2015, a Quebecer was heading the program.
Oh, it's
and
Quebec's
this actually
fault.
weakened the public broadcaster within Canada. I understand the importance of Radio-Canada CBC
It's
for
Quebec's
Quebecers,
fault that
especially
Radio-Canada
when we're
has gone
talking
to
about
shit.
French-speaking populations. So if Mathieu Lacombe is worried about the future of Radio-Canada CBC, maybe he should talk to his political party and his boss. If he's supporting Pierre Poilievre, he's supporting a political party that wants to defund the organization and fire all of the employees.
That's not what he said.
I will be able to talk more
He
about
didn't
it when I
say
have
fire
more
all the
information.
employees. He just said defund
Question.
the CBC.
Is it a partisan question? Answer. No, we're defending
There's
an
a
institution
difference
that is
between
essential
firing
for Quebec.
everybody and just
The
not
choice
providing
is
government
clear.
money.
We have the choice between the Liberal government that's always defended Radio-Canada CBC so they can actually fulfill their mandate. And then, since Harper, the Conservative just want to defund
well,
them.
they called
it is important
the Premier
that
of Quebec
if you support
racist
the Tories,
for going
you're
to Paris
attacking
and complaining
Radio-Canada
about all the
CBC.
asylum seekers that are in Quebec.
Question.
They just said that
we're going to be have a new candidate for the bloc. Patrick Bonin.
it's
Answer?
Quebec's
I
fault
know
that
him well.
Radio
I
Canada
respect
has
him.
gone to shit.
I think to
They
have
just said that
one
Pierre Poilievre wants to
extra
fire
person
everybody
that
at the
might be
CBC,
elected
which is
and
not
might
true.
be a parliamentarian and that is worried about the environment and climate change, it will be very useful, especially if we're listening to all of the lies about climate change that we hear from the other side of the chamber. But against, there's this wish list and that a sovereign Quebec will be greener. Quebec is using about 220 barrels
because
of
these morons, if they lose
oil
out
per
on the
day.
$1 billion a year,
And if they're sovereign, it will be
money, they'll
360
have to
barrels
cut
per day.
jobs. That's
Question?
true.
Answer?
They will have to cut jobs.
Actually, we're recruiting right now candidates. Actually, I was not even aware that Patrick Bonin was interested. I'm actually surprised that he's choosing the bloc because he did had a couple of declaration against the bloc, especially because there was one environmental minister that was in favor of petroleum exploration within Quebec. So it was against that idea. Question? Could he do actually things that you're not allowed to, you won't be able to do? Would he go as far as you would love?
At least not.
Answer?
At least if not
During
jobs,
an
then the
interview
cost, then the PM's cost per job is
9805,
yeah.
he said that I was the best environment minister in Canada. We are reducing the emissions. I think we're both agreed on one.
Okay, I'm gonna go check on
and we
my
have to move
food.
faster, and I'm working on it.
I'll be right
It's more
back.
difficult when you are in the opposition. You're not allowed to work on regulation or on budget. Sometimes you can influence bills, but you're not responsible. So he will have a limited capacity to influence bills. Question. Do you think he will be able to fight against climate change? Answer. Actually, I would ask you to look at the comments of Patrick Bonin on our plans that we're the only country of the G20 to subsidize emission reduction. So he said that we have to go further, and I agree with him.
nuclear sites in Iraq.
Our job is to de-escalate this. We don't want a further regional war. Obviously, we want diplomacy. War kills people, so everything we do should be de-escalating the situation. We want a ceasefire. We want a ceasefire with Gaza and Hamas. We want
You guys know that war kills people?
Both ceasefires are critically important, and anything that
Shocked.
escalates the war
Appalled.
is problematic.
There have been empty seats on some of these Lebanon flights. Is there any thinking about adjusting the process, or do you think you have to make changes in how it's working out?
I mean, I did the repatriation during COVID with 75,000 people, and we had planes all over the world. It's a very complicated process. I'm not particularly doing it right now. My colleague Pam Damoff is doing it. What ends up happening on these flights is that we end up trading seats with other countries. Someone's got 10 seats, some needs 10 seats. This is back and forth because we work with our allies to get people out.
CBC's
So
just
our
jealous
number one goal is to
because
get
Pierre's,
people out.
our Pierre's
we also
channel
are in constant contact with people. Some people
gets
end up
more
deciding
views than
at
anything
the
they
last
actually
minute to
put
stay.
out.
And I mean, I've been through this with COVID, and it's sort of frustrating for our officials.
Rebel
but we have
media's
to
a
respect
joke.
people, and they're trying to get out.
Yeah.
Monsieur Poilievre dit que
They really are.
Question. Poilievre says that they can actually target
They really
nuclear
did have the best
installations.
content when they were private.
Answer? We have
Yep.
to use every single opportunity to
I miss when Air
de-escalate the
Farce was great
situation.
and funny and didn't
It's
have
important
any
to do
bias.
that. We have to use all the tools, diplomatic tools.
It made fun of everybody.
We also have to do everything we can to de-escalate the situation. Then, I don't think we have to dwell too much with it. Answer? I think the solution is always a diplomatic solution.
Blaming your government for being responsible for a rise in anti-Semitism in this country. What do you think
It
about
is
that?
absolutely false and untrue. The reality is we take measures every day to counter hate. This is the government that has countered hate in every
I can't
area.
believe they're so upset that he pointed that out.
Homophobia, sexism, and everything. That is the core value of this party. And the reality is anti-Semitism is on the rise because it is being fostered by all sorts of forces in our society, many of whom Pierre Poilievre supports. So let's get really clear about this, that if there's a problem in this country, it's Pierre Poilievre who stokes the flames of anger and frustration, and he does nothing to solve it, to heal it, to bring
The
it down.
only ceasefire with
Our government will
Hamas and
continually be
Hezbollah is
attacked.
Moab.
His attack on my minister was absolutely unacceptable, and I'm glad he has paid the price for it.
Okay, we're gonna do mukbang.
The point is, the RCMP police officers in this country have tools to use. If they need documents, they can get a warrant. They have all the information they need. We don't interfere in police investigation. Obviously, this is a ploy by the Tories to not move anything in the House. But let's have some decency and let's have some respect for democracy. The RCMP has every tool in their hands to get documents should they choose to want documents.
What's at risk, and why wouldn't the government just say yes and hand over the documents if the RCMP just can decide what to do afterwards?
I mean, if the RCMP wants certain documents, they can do so through various means that they've had for the last 100 years in this country. En français. Ouais.
I was not there when they asked the question, but I would say RCMP has all the tools that they have if they need a warrant. You just have to go through in front of the tribunals. We have a process within Canada, within Quebec. We just have to respect that procedures. But the chambers cannot interfere in a police inquiry. We have to make sure that there's a difference between what is a justice and parliamentary responsibility. Once more, if RCMP needs documents, they can just talk to a judge, request a warrant, and get all of the documents that they need.
Wow.
I'm not a police agent,
Did
but
they
if I
just say
need proof,
get a
I
warrant?
can get them. They have all the tools to get them. It's not the chamber to redeem all of these documents. There's a very
I think you're
distinct
confusing
process.
him with Justin, you fucking
I
idiot.
think it
You're
will
right.
be easier
And this is what's
if we don't give these documents to our CMP.
This a little bit, you know, regardless of the premise of the motion and whether or not it's proper, there was still an order from Parliament for the government to turn over documents, and that's the basis of this privilege. You're not setting a bad precedent by ignoring an order of Parliament and not handing over these documents.
Well, Parliament could pass a motion that the sky is blue, but at the end of the day, parliamentarians need to do their homework and need to respect basic democracy.
What did he just
basic
say?
values in our democracy system. The point is, RCMP has the tools. Parliamentarians need to do their homework and need to respect. Pass a motion that the sky is blue, but at the end of the day, parliamentarians.
Parliament can pass a motion that the sky is blue?
They have to go in front of the judge. Get
What
a search
does that
warrant if they want to,
mean?
but that's not up to me to decide.
Thank you so much for stopping. Mr. Boston, on the Jasper response, the Alberta Deputy Premier and Senate Committee had believed that Alberta just took on an advisory role while responding to that. What's your response to that, Chris?
I don't understand what an advisory role means. The unified command was a completely unified command structure. I was there twice.
I think you might be very colorblind.
And even Todd Lowen, Minister of Forestry, said it's the best unified command structure he's ever seen. And I was at the command structure that we used for Fort McMurray. So the focus now is on rebuilding Jasper. And I look forward to seeing Mayor Ireland again very soon. I spoke with him last week, and we got some historic work done here in Parliament with the unanimous consent motion so that Jasper has the same municipal powers that Banff has. And that's critical so that we can get Jasperites back on their feet.
And what are you going to be talking about tomorrow when you're out there?
So tomorrow is a full day in Jasper, and look, this role that the Prime Minister's asked me to play in terms of ministerial lead is important, but it's a whole of government approach. We learned some lessons from Lytton. We learned some lessons from Fiona. We're going to apply those lessons in Jasper, and we want one of the world's greatest national parks to come back. And people are still hurting. They're out of their homes. Businesses are reeling, and so I'm going to meet with Mayor. I'm going to meet with Council. I'm going to meet with officials on the ground from Parks Canada. My job is to make sure that I understand everything
It's only
that
been like a
the
month
Mayor
and
and
a half.
Jasperites in the park need to get back on their feet, and then to coordinate and collaborate with my colleagues here to get the work done.
Question. What is your understanding of the second privilege motion? The second question, I would say, is when witness has to share information, it's important to do so. I did so with the ethic commissioner, and we're hoping that others will do the same. And once more, you have to ask the question to the Tories. According to me, they want to prove that Parliament is broken, and this is not the case. We are a minority government, we know how it works, and it's so weird that the Tories are objecting to their own motions. They're trying to gridlock Parliament. I think this is political theater. As a government, we have to work for Canadians.
Mayor Ireland on. We need to make sure that we get temporary housing set up as soon as possible, but it has to be done safely. Safety first. That's the same thing that applies to tourism, same thing that applies to business recovery. As soon as it's safe to get people back into their homes and into temporary residential structures, we'll do that. It's a conversation that I've had with Minister Nixon in the government of Alberta, and so my job tomorrow is to go and do as much fact-finding as I can so that we can get moving on something very important, which is temporary housing.
It's the middle of October and you still haven't done any fact-finding on how bad it is out there?
I don't know, but I'll find out when I meet with him next. Thanks, everyone.
All right, Andrew Thompson, back with you live here on Cpac. We've been watching scrums from outside the Liberal caucus room this morning. We finished right there with Randy Boissonnault, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages. And as you heard him mention, he does have an additional title now. He is the ministerial lead for Jasper, Alberta. The Prime Minister's office says Boissonnault will lead the federal government's work to coordinate federal support with provincial, municipal, and Indigenous partners to accelerate the wildfire recovery process. Now, earlier in that segment, we also heard from Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly on a few items. So let's start with Hurricane Milton. Minister Jolie asking Canadians in Florida to follow local evacuation orders in advance of that storm making landfall, which is expected later on tonight. On Lebanon, the minister announcing that about 120 Canadians are flying out today, with another 100 seats available tomorrow. And all told, she says there are now about 1,200 Canadians who have gotten an assisted departure to date. As well, Melanie Joly asked again about Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, including his support for Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. The minister's response is that Israel should be able to deliver a proportionate response to Iran's missile attack on Israel. However, she says that kind of idea of striking Iranian nuclear sites is against international law, that the U.S. President Joe Biden has publicly rejected that idea as well. We now want to show you a scrum happening outside the Conservative caucus room, and it deals with the ongoing privilege debate inside the House over documents that relate to Sustainable Development Technology Canada.
This is something I
debate
want
has,
to
of course, backed up government business in the chamber for more than a week. Let's hear from the opposition ethics critic, Michael Barrett.
Good morning. No, I think that the government should deliver the documents that they were ordered to by the House of Commons. They need to go to the police, not to try and bury them in the darkness at committee. This is about transparency for Canadians. As soon as they do what the House ordered them to do, a majority of democratically elected members ordered them to do, then we can get back to the important work of holding the government to account for Canadians.
But the RCMP says it doesn't need your help, nor does it want it.
And we'll see how that debate continues to unfold today in the House. Question period gets underway at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, right here on
Yeah,
CPAC.
you heard that correct.
Now to the public inquiry into
You heard
foreign
that correct there,
interference.
Fury
We're
Kitten.
hearing today from Nathalie Drouin, the Prime Minister's National Security and
Ooh.
Intelligence Advisor. As well, hearing from Jody Thomas, who is a former holder of that role. The clerk of the Privy Council, John Hannaford, is also testifying along with his predecessor, Janice Charette. Here's an extended look.
Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour Maître Chaudry.
Hello everyone. Hello Councillor Chaudry.
You can go ahead. We have a long day today, so I suggest that we start right away.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner. Our witnesses this morning are senior officials, current and former, from the Privy Council office. May I ask that the witnesses be sworn or affirmed?
All right, so I'll start with Mr. Rogers on the right.
Mr.
Rogers, could
Rogers.
you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Daniel Rogers, R-O-G-E-R-S.
It's a wonderful day.
Thank you.
in the
And now for the
neighborhood.
affirmation. Do you solemnly affirm that you shall tell the truth, the whole
Hello,
truth,
Jordan.
and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ensuite avec Madame Drouin.
Then with Mrs. Drouin. Mrs. Drouin, could you first of all give your full name and spell out your surname for the transcription? My name is Nathalie G. Drouin, D-R-O-U-I-N. Thank you. And for the solemn
Well, Jordan,
affirmation, do you
I don't think Israel likes what it's
affirm
doing
that you will
either, but
say
it's necessary.
The truth, all the truth, and nothing but the truth? Answer yes.
Mr. Hannaford.
Nobody likes
Mr. Hannaford, could you
muting
please
people or
state your full
striking
name and then spell your
but
last name for the record?
John
when
Hannaford,
terrorists come and attack
H-A-N-N-A-F-O-R-D.
you have to respond.
Perfect. Thank you. And now for the swearing in. So do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And now to Ms. Thomas. Ms. Thomas, could you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Jody Hazel Thomas, T-H-O-M-A-S.
Thank you. Now for the swearing in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And finally, Ms. Charette. Ms. Charette, could you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
My name is Janice Charette, C-H-A-R-E-T-T-E.
Thank you. And for the swearing in, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Council, you may proceed.
Thank you. Witnesses will begin with the routine housekeeping. I understand there's one correction to be made to an examination summary. Other than that, I'll ask that we just go through them very quickly, and I'll ask you each to confirm that you've reviewed the summaries that you were involved in, that you confirm their accuracy.
So
and
this
that
is
you're
a
content
committee
they
on the foreign
form part of your
interference
evidence
stuff,
before the commission.
by the
So
way,
we'll
guys.
begin with the interview summary, which is WIT 116. WIT 116.fr in French. Then there is the examination summaries. The first one is PCO
Oh, it's
Senior
raining.
Former, WIT 151, PCO Senior Current Supplemental, WIT 150, PCO Senior NSI COP Report, WIT 149. So I'll ask
They
you each to
are
confirm that you
pulling this forward
that
to blame
you've reviewed
Israel
them
for
and that you're
attacking
content that
itself.
they
Oh
perform
my
part of
God.
your evidence. Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Madame Drouin?
Oui.
Mr. Hannaford?
Yep.
Ms. Thomas?
Yes.
Ms. Charette?
Yes.
Perfect. And then the one I think that needs a correction is WIT 152. So if we can have that pulled up, please. So this is the in-camera examination summary, PCO Senior, which involved Madame Drouin and Mr. Rogers. So can we explain what the correction to be made is, please, Madame Drouin?
Oui, donc c'est au
Yes, it is paragraph 1 where it indicates in the last sentence,
l'étude de cabinet, je n'occupe plus cette.
I no longer have that position since I was named NSIA.
So witnesses, I'll ask you each to introduce yourselves now and do so in relation to your current roles, if any, your roles during the Commission's period of review, which is essentially 2018 to the present, and any other roles or positions you may have held in the past that would be relevant to the Commission's mandate and the discussions we're going to have today. So starting at my left, Madame Charette.
Thank you very much. So going back in time, I have served as the Clerk of the Privy Council on 2 occasions. I was named by Prime Minister Harper in I started in October of 2014 as the Clerk, and I served in that role to January of 2016. I would add that I was the Deputy Clerk of the Privy Council for approximately 4 years in advance of that. And then I served as Canada's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland from September of 2016 until March of 2021. High Commissioner is the title we give for an ambassador in a Commonwealth country, so it's an ambassadorial role. I returned as the interim clerk of the Privy Council at the request of Prime Minister Trudeau in March of 2021. And I served in that role till May of 2022.
He had to admit that there was collusion, yes.
Named as clerk, no longer interim, and I served in that until my retirement in June of 2023.
You can't deny it.
And the only relevant point I would add is that when I was the interim clerk in that period of March 21 to May 22, I also served as the chair of the panel of 5 under the Critical Election Incident Protocol.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas.
I was appointed as the Deputy Minister of National Defence in 2017, and I served in that role until 2022. And I was the National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister from January 2022 to January 2024 when I retired.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Hannaford.
So currently
Yes,
clerk of
they
the
were
Privy Council have
empowered.
been since June of last year. Prior to that, I was Deputy Minister of Natural Resources, and prior to that, I was the Deputy Minister of Trade.
I agree with you,
have
Fury Kit.
largely served in international policy roles, and so I was Canada's ambassador to Norway in between 2009 and 2012, and then was in the Privy Council office in a couple of capacities, ultimately the foreign policy advisor to initially Prime Minister Harper and then Prime Minister Trudeau.
So 2 Prime Ministers.
Madame Drouin.
Je suis conseillère.
I'm a National Security Advisor since January 2004, as well as Deputy Clerk. I was appointed Deputy Clerk at the Privy Council office in 2021. Before that, I was Deputy Minister for Justice from 2017 to 2021. and within that mandate, I worked in close collaboration with CSIS, and then I was also a member of the
But it
Panel
was
of
good
Five
collusion, you know,
before
like yogurt.
I joined the Federal Public Service. I was Deputy Minister for
That's funny.
Justice for the Government of Canada, and at the beginning of my career, for 15 years, I worked in the fight against economic crimes.
Thank you. I spent the majority of my career within the communications security establishment in the Foreign Signals Intelligence Branch. In 2018, I became the Assistant Deputy Minister responsible for that program within CSE, and in 2022, I became the Associate Chief of CSE, a position I held for about a year before moving to the Privy Council office as Deputy Secretary
he
for
was
Emergency
involved
Preparedness,
in,
in which I supported
transmissions
the Minister of
and
Emergency
shit from
Preparedness.
outside.
Shortly after that, I was
Canada.
appointed additionally to be the Deputy National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister, where I supported Ms. Thomas and then Madame Drouin.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll ask the court registrar now to pull up CAN Doc 36, which is the PCO-IR. So witnesses, you're not the first to testify from the Privy Council, so we don't have to start with the Magna Carta, but I'd still like to start with some fairly general questions about how PCO functions. So maybe I'll start with you, Mr. Rogers. If we just scroll down to page 2 of this document, please. What I'd like you to explain around here, Mr. Rogers, is the dual sort
Just a moment, l'écran ne fonctionne pas.
L'écran ne fonctionne pas, je m'excuse.
Just a second, the screen doesn't seem to work.
So,
on prend 2 minutes.
No, it's
We'll take a couple of minutes.
to make sure that you can follow. We'll take 2 minutes for, but we'll take 2 minutes. We'll suspend the time.
Broken tech.
What is not working?
Okay, we now have a functioning screen.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. So, Mr. Rogers, I was just about to ask you, 2 terms that we hear sort of thrown around with respect to PCO's role are its challenge function and its convening role, both in terms of policy making and operational coordination. Can you explain what those terms mean?
Yes, of course. So the first you mentioned as a challenge function is what is often described as PCO's role to make sure that policy items and other operational plans, in our case, are suitable. So, PCO will set the cabinet agenda, and as part of that, we will work with departments and agencies to make sure that documents being presented there to ministers have all of the appropriate considerations for cabinet and lay out all of the relevant details. So we'll challenge departments and guide them through that process. It is sometimes more a guidance process than a challenge function in spite of the name. In terms of our convening function, obviously national security and intelligence matters are very complex and often involve many more than just 1 or 2 departments. And so as a central agency, PCO, especially under the NSIA branch, will convene the relevant departments and agencies to talk through operational plans or complex policy issues and make sure that the variety of opinions across government are synthesized to produce the best advice and outcomes.
Guy.
Thank you. And indeed, we are going to focus on PCO's role in the NSI community. So if we can just scroll down now to page 3,
stenographer and a tape
please.
recorder doesn't stuff her packet drop. That's true.
There, we can stop there where it says Deputy Clerk and National Security and Intelligence Advisor. So this describes in this paragraph essentially the role of the NSIA. But Madame Drouin, est-ce que vous pouviez nous expliquer?
Mrs. Drouin, could you explain what the role of the NSIA is? Answer. Yes, the NSIA is responsible for giving opinions to the Prime Minister and advice. For this, it is supported by different secretariats, including the one that analyzes intelligence, the secretariat in charge of national security and intelligence, the one that's in charge of foreign policy and defense policy, and more recently we have a secretariat in charge of supporting the work of this commission. So, as
Ninja, you're not invited to the live stream.
Earlier,
be quiet.
One of the main roles here when it comes to this question of elaborating public policy.
Are you out of food?
Give advice once we have received the information from the different departments and we have asked the questions.
You're out of food,
as to the appropriateness of the different measures suggested. There's the question of the reception and the circulation of intelligence that comes up within the Privy Council office, as well as all the way up to the Prime Minister. And lastly, there's the question of all the advice on foreign and defense policy.
That's a big
You're the
job.
deputy NSIA, and Madame Charette, I believe this was a role created under your tenure, so perhaps you can explain what the genesis of that role was.
Thank you. The the idea of having a deputy national security intelligence advisor this is not the first time that position has actually been established and been occupied. When it was created and Mr. Rogers was appointed in this instance, it was really a reflection of kind of the workload facing the National Security Intelligence Advisor. I think you've heard the context within which events that you're looking at were taking place. Very complex geopolitical environment, a complex national security environment, and a lot of requirements for the National Security Intelligence Advisor, not just to be operating within Canada, but also importantly to be part of international meetings with some of our closest allies and partners, accompanying the Prime Minister.
And give them water. So I will return in a moment.
And so, given the kind of the volume of work, the importance of the issues, I thought it was appropriate that there be a deputy appointed so that the work of the challenge function and the coordination didn't all have to kind of go into hiatus when the National Security Intelligence Advisor was away, that work could continue. The two of them would work very closely together with the deputy clerk and NSIA supporting the NSIA.
Perfect. And so, Mr. Rogers, as you explained, your role is essentially to support the NSIA in whatever capacity is necessary.
That's correct.
Perfect. Okay, Ms. Charette, you mentioned flow of information, so we're going to go straight to that. May I ask the court registrar pull up WIT 151, please? This is the in-camera examination summary of PCO former senior officials. And starting now with just mechanics of how information is provided to the NSIA. Ms. Thomas, I'll ask you to explain how that happened during your tenure, and then I'll ask Madame Drouin to explain any changes that have occurred since. So, Ms. Thomas, can you explain? And this discussion, I believe, starts around paragraph 20 of the witness summary, so that might be a helpful aid.
Thank you. When I became NSIA, I received information every day in an intelligence package from IAS. It included assessed pieces of intelligence, the daily foreign intelligence bulletin that IAS created, intelligence from around the world, our Five Eyes colleagues and NATO allies, as well as intelligence collected and produced by our own agencies. Range of subjects, Ukraine, Haiti, wherever we had troops, China, Russia, North Korea were of significant interest to me, and I also had an interest in the Arctic. So the package is tailored to both world events and the interests of the NSIA. So I had flagged, for example, the Arctic, domestic issues such as ideologically motivated extremism. Those were the kinds of things that were in my package.
Okay. And can you give us a sense of the volume of that package, sort of your daily reading?
It varied and it grew. 100 pieces of paper a day, various sizes.
That's a lot.
It was a lot. We did tailor it over time to things that were very specific, but it could be a voluminous.
Megatron has fallen.
So how did you cope with 100 pieces of paper per day?
My IAS team had it ready for me. I tended to be in at 7:30, and I would have an hour to an hour and a half of reading each day before we got very busy. And if I didn't get it finished, I'd mark where I had left off. My team would read it for me and flag anything that was really urgent that I needed to see.
Okay. Madame Drouin, est-ce qu'il y a eu des changements entre la période?
Madame Drouin, was there any changes between the time Madame Thomas was there and your period? They've come from CSC.
She sounds like she doesn't even want to be
also
there.
Also from National Defense. That's the source of the intelligence. That we would get the liaison officer would bring us the information. And so it would vary depending on what was going on in the world at the time. But under the leadership of my colleague, we set up a system for processing information to know what information was received in the PCO and at what time and by whom. And so that system allowed us to be sure that all actors had access to the relevant information.
From the NSIA to the PMO and the PM, because we understand that one of the major roles of the NSIA is to ensure that the Prime Minister is informed of what he needs to be informed of in the intelligence front. So if we scroll down a little bit to paragraphs 24 in this summary, Ms. Thomas, again, I'll ask you to explain how this worked during your tenure as NSIA.
IAS also provided a package of intelligence every day to PMO and to the Prime Minister, and they had crow readings of highly compartmentalized intelligence, as Natalie Drouin has just explained. They also had weekly briefings with IAS where they'd have an intelligence brief, PMO did. We would brief the Prime Minister verbally on very specific issues, and if he had questions about the intelligence that he had been sent. I started to highlight in my package things that I felt absolutely the Prime Minister and PMO, the clerk, needed to see. And often the package that would be sent, for example, to the clerk, she would see things that, knowing the Prime Minister's schedule, she thought should be moved forward to him. So it was really, there was a standard package, but also if you're going to read anything today, it needs to be this kind of approach.
Okay, so just to make sure we understand, that package was provided directly by IAS to PMO. Okay, so not through you necessarily. No. Okay. And I think there was some discussion when we spoke on camera about how that package may have been over-inclusive.
No cracking.
There was more in it than they needed to see, and so we tried to tailor it. I saw intelligence that he would not need to, and the example I gave was I would see lots of intelligence that showed longitudinal, latitudinal evidence of what the next Russian move was going to be.
All right,
in
let's
Ukraine.
see
the Prime
what...
Minister doesn't need to see that, nor does PMO.
I'm going to mute that. Let's take a look here. Oh! I know. I cannot believe she holds a position in the government. That's funny. So let's see. Fred Durst is apparently suing somebody. I saw this in my live feed. We're gonna come back to question feed, or we're gonna come back to Cpac in a bit. But this is kind of boring, so we're gonna break it up in a bit. We're gonna break it up here and there. But so I would like to learn what this lawsuit is about. Let's see. Let's see what I want to know what this is about. It's a shocking $200 million lawsuit. And this is from Rockfeed. So he's got all the details, so.
Breaking news into Rockfeed, Limp Bizkit frontman Fred Durst has just filed a shocking $200 million lawsuit against Universal Music Group, alleging that for decades now, the band hasn't received any royalties.
What? Not a single penny of royalties have they received? Not even for the Mission Impossible song that he made? That is crazy.
Music. Of course, we've seen and heard in interviews that members of Slipknot have said they hadn't made any money off of their music. And as we know, so many artists are entirely reliant now on revenue from their live shows and their merch. Yeah. And many people just discount the idea that bands would make money off of their music. But why is that? Is it because that music doesn't make any money. Well, no, that's not true. Limp Bizkit has currently 15 million monthly listeners. And for all the jokes about Spotify not actually paying people, the truth is they really do pay people. But the question is, who has been getting paid? And the answer in this case, according to Limp Bizkit, is
Fred Durst.
not them.
not them. Not apparently. So they're let's see. That's crazy. The amount of copyright strikes and claims UMG does, yeah, they need to be sued for way fucking more. Yeah. Yeah, that's for them, and they've been around since 99 at least. So that's like 25 years of no royalties.
Which is egregious. Decades after they signed their record label, we're expected to believe that they're still recouping their original deal that they signed. But Universal Music Group apparently feels that they're not entitled to any money. So it's going to be interesting to see how this case plays out. But rest assured, how to tell if somebody's real in the music industry? Are they willing to file a lawsuit against the biggest label on the planet?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, say what you will about Limp Bizkit, but that's ballsy. That's ballsy. That's good on Fred Durst.
What Fred Durst has just done. So he's not just sticking up for himself. He's not just sticking up for his bandmates, but he's also sticking up for the numerous other.
Yeah. So get this. I cannot access about 80% of my Apple Music library right now because I don't have Apple Music. Like, I'm not paying for the actual Apple Music service right now. So 80% of the songs that are in my library that I fucking paid for, because I'm not paying the monthly service, I can't fucking listen to my music. Half my Nickelback shit, can't listen to it. Half my Nine Inch Nails shit, my Rob Zombie shit. That's why you hear the same fucking music in my videos and shit, because that's all I have. It's bullshit.
Encountered this in the past or will encounter this in the future. Here's what we know. While he may have done it all for the nookie, that doesn't mean that he shouldn't be compensated for his work. In a shocking lawsuit filed today, Fred Durst alleges that Universal Music Group hasn't paid Limp Bizkit any royalties for decades. It's a stunning claim from a band that sold more than 50 million albums over the years, and to date, still has more than 15 million monthly listeners on Spotify.
And then there's all the fucking songs that got used in movies. There's the songs that that Take a Look Around song that he wrote for Mission Impossible.
But where is that money going? Limp Bizkit's attorney says not to the band. In fact, he said the band had, quote, not seen a dime in royalties. Now, when a band signs a record deal, in many cases they're provided with an advance or a large lump sum payment. And over the years, as the band releases music, the label will recoup that money from the sales of their music. Now, that's an oversimplification, but you get the gist of it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to imagine that decades later, with all the massive success that Limp Bizkit is having, that this label is somehow still recouping the advance from their music.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. They've long since recouped and double recouped and, like, no.
His attorneys contend that hundreds of other artists may have been treated the same. How can a major global corporation such as Universal Music Group have so many problems paying their artists what they rightfully earned? And in the digital age of streaming, where the numbers are automatically calculated, why are so many artists kept completely in the dark about how much money their music actually makes.
This is why people want to stay independent, because record labels fuck over artists all the time.
In Fred's lawsuit, they allege it's all by design. Durst and Limp Bizkit accuse Universal Music Group of devising a systemic and fraudulent policy deliberately designed to conceal royalties from their artists and keep those profits for itself. It adds.
So they're alleging that they didn't even know how much they were making in royalties, and UMG just pocketed it?
UMG's creation of such a system, while holding itself out as a company that prides itself on investing in and protecting its artists, makes plaintiffs' discovery of UMG's scheme all the more appalling and unsettling. The attorneys mentioned the major resurgence Limp Bizkit has been having. They're going to be playing stadiums with Metallica next year.
Yep.
The attorneys write, despite this tremendous comeback, the band had still not been paid a single cent by UMG in any royalties until taking action against UMG, leading one to ask how on earth that could possibly be true. The situation began to unfold back in April, when Durst retained new representation, and they were shocked when he told them he had not received any money for any Limp Bizkit exploitations ever.
Yeah, that is actually rather shocking. Like when I grabbed this video for today, this is not what I was expecting the lawsuit to be over, right? Like I was expecting like he's suing somebody for defaming him or something like that. No, he's taking on UMG. And I mean, good for him. Like, good for him for doing it. Because he's, like, they deserve it.
This is where things somehow get even crazier. So after all these years, Fred's wondering, hey, why am I not getting any money? So as any reasonable person would, he tries to go and get a statement. Hey, what's the balance here?
What the hell's
Let me see the numbers. Where are we at? How are we doing? And extraordinarily, according to this suit, UMG declines his request simply to get some sort of an accounting on where the band is at in terms of their recoupment. The lawyer.
Jesus Christ. He's like, hey, UMG. Hi. Yeah, remember me, Fred Durst? Yeah, it's been like 26 years since we signed with you. And I was just wondering, how much money have we made exactly? Because I haven't seen any of it. And I'm kind of wondering where we're at. Because I'm fairly certain we've recouped our investment from you by now. And then some. So can I please see a statement? Nah, you don't need to see that. You're just trust us. You're good. Don't worry about it. David Bowie and Kate Bush. They were great. They were great.
Durst explained that he had been informed by UMG that he had not received any royalty statements because UMG told him over the years that it was not required to provide them since his account was still so far from recoupment.
Could you imagine if you owed a bunch of money on your credit card and the credit card company was like, you don't need to see a statement because you owe us a lot of money. Like, you're not done paying us off. So you don't need to see a statement. You just need to keep giving us money and trust us that your account is still way in the negative. Don't worry about it. What the fuck? Oh my God.
Durst's representatives, suspicious that UMG was wrongfully claiming plaintiffs' accounts were unrecouped, suggested investigating for.
Peter Gabriel was actually bankrupt at 1979 in Genesis and was out millions instead of making any. Yeah, this is why people like Dax and Tom McDonald and all that would rather go stay independent than go to a record label, because the record label will take everything and they'll fuck you over.
Point that Limp Bizkit's new representatives took matters into their own hands. They reached out to UMG and they got a different response. Apparently now, Limp Bizkit actually had over $1 million in royalties, but the label had failed to alert the band about the money. This, of course, led to more suspicion. I mean, who do they have running their accounting over there at UMG if this is true?
How could they only have $1 million in royalties after 26 years? It looks like we're going to see another backlot studio warehouse fire. You might be right there, honey.
How do you go from, well, actually you're unrecouped, to now, oh, well, you've got more than $1 million in your account? I mean, that's a big difference.
It is a big difference, but there should be more.
So this naturally led to some significant questions about their accounting practices. Upon further investigation, the representatives didn't like what they found. Apparently, there were significant gaps in royalty statements throughout Limp Bizkit's history, including during the height of their fame in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah.
The lawyers wrote, UMG's failure to issue royalty statements, in particular from 1997 to 2004,
yeah, they easily would have popped $1 million in royalties in a single year in that fucking 7-year period.
The band's fame, and during periods in which they made record-breaking sales with respect to its most popular albums, suggests that UMG was intentionally concealing the true amount of sales, and therefore royalties, due and owing to Limp Bizkit, in order to unfairly keep those profits for itself.
They have got to have way more than $1 million in royalties by now.
The suit also deemed the assertion that Limp Bizkit was somehow still unrecouped on their record deal after selling tens of millions of albums was highly suspect. They wrote, given that Limp Bizkit's first 3 albums had already sold several million copies by the early 2000s, the recording funds and costs should have been quickly recouped.
Yeah.
And UMG should have started paying royalties on those albums right away, not over 20 years later.
Yeah, for it to have been over 20 years, and for them to say, oh, there's nothing, and then when their lawyers reach out, oh, there's $1 million. $1 million's still not gonna be enough to cover that.
Later in the suit, they wrote, given the vast amounts of money collected by UMG in relation to sales of Limp Bizkit's and Flawless Records albums over the years, UMG is liable to plaintiffs for tens of millions of dollars in copyright infringement, if not more. Indeed, plaintiffs allege that the amounts owed to them by UMG following the recession of these agreements will easily surpass $200 million. So
Jesus Christ, that makes more sense. Because I would easily imagine 10 million in royalties a year after investment recoupment, right? I could easily see 10 million in royalties a year. Times 20 years? Yeah.
Very important lawsuit that's going to have major ramifications on potentially numerous other artists. This idea that an artist could potentially go to their label and ask for a financial statement and be told that they're under no obligation to receive that, if that is indeed true, is insane to me, especially in the digital age when
See, Nickelback is a workhorse of a band, and they work their asses off, and Chad Kroeger was really smart to spend the year to craft a song based solely on marketing. Like, he literally studied what beats people enjoy hearing, like the lyrics that work and shit like that, and he crafted a song around that. like I really like Nickelback, and Nickelback actually pays for a lot of other bands for them to like tour and do concerts and shit, like their royalties and stuff help pay for their sales, and all that help pay for that.
Very clear. And so here with Fred Durst, he's not just sticking up for Limp Bizkit and himself, but this is also for numerous other artists out there who could be impacted by these type of wacky situations where they're like, oh, we don't know how much we owe you. It's like, you're a massive corporation who seemingly is making billions and billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars, and you have no idea how much this band that made a lot of money for you is actually owed. And so the lawyers bring up some really good points here where they say, hey, this should have been recouped a long time ago. How are you claiming that Limp Bizkit is somehow unrecouped? And for all of us out there who have spent money on Limp Bizkit music, and to know that even all these years later, it's one thing to be an unrecouped band and to have a major advance, but we all know Limp Bizkit has made crazy money over the years, and to find out that it hasn't gone to Limp Bizkit is super frustrating if this lawsuit is indeed true. So we're going to have to look and see how this all shakes out. It could take many years, and, you know, of course, it could also end up in a settlement. Maybe UMG comes out of all this and goes, hey, you're right, we messed up. We're going to pay you, and we're going to make this right. And that would be wonderful as well if that's
not going to happen
in that way as well. What it comes down to is Limp Bizkit had this amazing creative vision. They made this great music that people still love to this day, and they should be compensated for that. And Fred is willing to stand up to arguably the biggest company in the music industry. And so that is what he's doing. Fighting for Limp Bizkit, but also fighting for many other artists out there. Truly a man of the people. That is your latest update here from Rockfeed. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on for the latest news and updates.
I've heard of the Hamsters. My dad used to listen to, or my dad had me growing up listening to like the Cramps and Nina Hagen, Kate Bush, David Bowie, what else? The Toy Dolls. The Toy Dolls were always a good listen. What else? Forgotten Rebels. That's always a good band. Dead Kennedys. Susie and the Banshees. all that fun stuff. All right, what's on the YouTubes? What's on the YouTubes? Let's see. Live stream events. What's this? Oh, Hurricane Milton stream cam. There's an actual live feed of the storm. Let's see. What's here? Susie and Kate are your little fantasies. Let's see. Finding something to watch. Let's see. There's rain sounds. We don't need that. There's a Don't Walk Run video. What's this? This is a new channel that I've not seen before. This video is called Massive Trudeau Forced to Watch Leader Destroy Him Gets Standing Ovation. What is this? Trudeau is watching the speech that Poilievre gave him? Or that gave? Let's see.
The government needs to be the watchman of the people. I say, who watches the watchman? I say, wow. It is not for the government to change the people. It is time for the people to change the government.
Yeah. Clinton Jaws, this is the best I've ever seen Poilievre do. It's the best speech I've seen him do, and he does it poetically. While Trudeau sits in the audience, it has to watch it.
He was in the audience? Oh. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Poilievre just rips him apart. You gotta see it. I know I say this a lot, guys, but it means everything to me. Please subscribe. And here's a hint to the end. Look at everybody standing up, standing ovation. Everybody in the audience.
Except Trudeau.
You have to see this moment. This moment tells it all. It speaks for itself. And I don't want to yell. I don't want to get excited. But I couldn't believe it when I saw it. Trudeau walks in and I'm like, why are they applauding him? Watch this. By the way, I didn't even say this. It's an event that they held. A secret event, actually. They didn't tell anybody where it was at because they were worried. It's an event. It's an anniversary of the October 7th attack. Right here. The camera goes over. There's the RCMP. You gotta watch this. You gotta watch this. Watch. She looks over. You see that? See how she looks over here? She's like, oh, they love us here. They love us here. And I'm like, why do they love them so much being there? Look over. Oh, yeah.
So they think that's for them. They think this is for them. Okay, that's funny.
I'm like, weird. Then the camera turns over. They're
applauding Poilievre.
They're applauding Poilievre.
They're applauding Poilievre, and Trudeau and company were like, oh my god, they think they're so glad to see us, but it's actually, they're happy to see Poilievre.
Says it all.
Look at it.
Says it all. He's standing up.
That's funny.
So huge. Trudeau comes in. They do nothing. Poilievre comes in. Ovation. Right off the bat. They both get up and they do speeches. Trudeau gets up, man. And he talks in English and French. He puts the crowd to sleep.
So Trudeau is watching. Yeah. It is a bit stalkery. Well,
Talk
he was
slowly
supposed to,
and goofy like you.
He was supposed to give. This was a secret anniversary event that they were both supposed to give speeches at.
He puts the crowd to sleep. He talks slowly and goofy like you know what I'm talking about, right?
365 days ago, we were all shaken to our very cores as we Canadians woke up on a peaceful autumn morning.
Oh my god, dude. Wow, I'm asleep already.
Anyways, everybody falls asleep. I'm not even going to show it to you. He gets a couple of pitter-patters. And I don't even know what to say here. And I don't even want to interrupt here. Poilievre gets up. And every applause break is a huge applause. I don't mean to have such a big boner for this guy. I just can't wait to see.
That's the thing. I keep saying it. I don't want to sound like a Pierre Poilievre show, but he's doing everything right now. And if the time comes when he doesn't do things right, I'll call it out. But right now, it's just not happening.
Get back on track. Listen to his words. You know what's going to happen.
Shalom. Merci.
See, he didn't. Trudeau didn't even do that.
Thank you. Today, our ears are filled with the echo of horror. Our eyes are darkened with the shade of genocidal cruelty.
Yeah, you know, the first line of Trudeau's like, 365 days ago, we were shaken to our very cores. And Polyev is like, today, our ears are ringing with the sound of horror. And it's like, Jesus Christ, like, big difference.
365 days ago today, we saw exacted upon the Jewish people the worst and most deadly attack since the Holocaust. An attack carried out by a genocidal death cult.
No, he's saying shalom because he's saying shalom to the Jews that are there.
Hamas. They deliberately targeted civilians, children. They burned people alive, tortured children in front of their parents. They mutilated dead bodies, and then they displayed their cruel, sadistic, diabolical horrors in posts that they would put on the internet, not even trying to conceal their evil.
Supplicant. That's true. That is true. And listen to how Polyev is like, he's not mincing his words. He is like, this is what happened. This is what these horrible bastards did.
And why did they do it? And why now? Why at this moment? Suddenly, after 15 years? Was it because war was breaking out?
No.
Exactly the opposite. It was because peace was breaking out. Israel now they see the same motives and vicious hatred carried out on our very streets, with a staggering increase in hate crimes, most of them directed at the Jewish people.
Yep.
Why now? Why now? In 2008 and 2007, 2006, when Israel was forced to fight back against Hezbollah in Lebanon, there was no violence on our streets. We did not have hate crimes overtaking Jewish communities, protests at Jewish hospitals, Jewish homes, Jewish businesses.
Nope.
When there was conflict again in 2014, that did not spill into our streets. So why now? Why all of a sudden has this hatred found such a home here in Canada?
This is about to get brutal. Let's see here. Oh no! Well, they have been hearing the. See, that's the thing, Michael. The Palestinians are just fodder for Hezbollah.
Now, some say it's because our people are flawed. The government needs to fix the people, censor the people, better control and corral the people. Well, is it really the people who are the problem?
No.
It wasn't the people who appointed Laith Maruth, an anti-racism expert, after he had said, and I quote, "Life is too short for shoes with laces or for entertaining Jewish white supremacists with anything but a bullet in the head." Given a Government of Canada grant, this individual supposedly to fight racism.
Yeah. That is the anti-racist expert that Trudeau appointed.
Detani, appointed as the commissioner of the Canadian Human Rights Commission.
Yep.
After he wrote, "Terror is not an irrational strategy pursued solely by fundamentalists with politically and psychologically warped visions of a new political, religious, or ideological order. It is, in fact, a rational and well-calculated strategy that is pursued with surprisingly high success rates."
That's the human rights guy that Trudeau appointed. That's Jesus Christ. That is brutal. And this is why Polyev is great, because he's not lying about stuff. He's just quoting their people's own words against them. That's all he's doing. He's just quoting people's words against them.
Of our Human Rights Commission. My friends, this ideology that seeks to divide our people based on race and ethnicity, that has led to these horrifying outbursts of hatred, are not from the bottom up.
Nope.
They are from the top down.
And he's saying it while Trudeau is in the audience. He's saying this while Trudeau is in the audience. Yeah, well, you know what? We need to just let them all fight it out. We have no business over there because we're neither Palestinian nor Israeli, so we should just shut the fuck up about it.
Extenuated by a government that has let in someone who appears to have been let into Canada and given citizenship to someone who appeared to be in a video mutilating a citizen on a crucifix in the Middle East on behalf of ISIS, someone who then went on to try and stage another attack in Canada. Yet another terrorist came into Canada, preparing to stage an attack from Canada to Jews in New York.
Yep. And this whole business of hating all Jews just because of the whole problem with Israel, like, I don't understand that.
All of this, well, our tax dollars fund UNRWA, an organization that has helped carry out the attacks of 9/11, of October 7th. So, when they say that the government needs to be the watchman of the people, I say, who watches the watchman?
Yep.
I say, wow. It is not for the government to change the people. It is time for the people to change the government.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That this is why he is not, like, this is why he is going to win the election. This is not, like, it's a slam dunk.
When I stand here today with you, with my brilliant and courageous heroine deputy leader, the great Melissa Lantsman.
She's awesome.
And reiterate the commitment that I've made to you and that I've made to our Muslim brothers and sisters. And that is that we will always take one stand. No matter where we are, we as conservatives will say the same thing. I love the Muslim people, and when I go into their mosques, and I do proudly visit their mosques, I tell them I am a friend of Israel. I say the same things there that I do here. We can no longer accept political parties sending one MP into one place to say one thing and another MP into a different place to say exactly the opposite.
Which is true. It's what Trudeau does. He sends one group into a mosque to say pro-Islam, pro-Palestinian things, and then he goes and sends people to synagogues to say pro-singular stance.
We will put behind us this ugly ideology that has divided our people, and we will reclaim the country that we knew and loved. And we will do it based on the teachings of the great Wilfrid Laurier. If you don't mind me praising a Liberal, he was asked, what is Canada's nationality? And he could not list an ethnicity or a religion. We were already mixed up way back then. We had people from all over the world. So he said, Canada is free, and freedom is its nationality. We united around the idea that it didn't matter where you came from, it mattered where you were going. We united around the idea that you could worship God in any way you chose, that you had the freedom to think what you wanted, say what you wanted, be who you wanted, and to be left in peace with your family.
Yep. That was what Canada was supposed to be. Canada wasn't supposed to be like anything except just a country where you could be free, where you could worship, where you could love each other and do whatever you wanted. Like, it's true. People don't hate Jews, they hate Zionism. Okay, Michael. Where are the Jews supposed to go then? Yeah, I'm not getting into blasphemy because blasphemy itself is a bunch of bullshit because there is no God. Because if there was a God, he's just a giant angry child with a magnifying glass. And he doesn't actually give a fuck about any of the people on this earth and what they're doing. All he cares about is having fun and burning us up like ants. So, take your blasphemy and yeah.
This is the principle that will unite us again. You have my word that I will stand up for freedom here at home and around the world. We will secure our borders to keep terrorists out. We will
yeah, that's exactly. The Zionist and the Jew argument, that's Michael, I'm not going there. Yeah.
I will make clear to universities that if they spread
a Zionist without hating a Jew. I'm sorry.
Anti-Semitism or make Jews feel unsafe and uncomfortable on their campuses, they will not be eligible for federal funding. We will defund anti-Semitic organizations and activists.
No,
we will defund UNRWA and give the money to the Palestinian people who are suffering.
Oh, look, Michael. He just said we will defund UNRWA and give the money to the Palestinian people who are suffering. It's almost like he also cares about them too.
I will back Israel's right to defend it.
A lot of us would rather not worry what the fuck blasphemy even is, right? Yeah.
Which includes retaliating against those that attack Israel. Israel must be able to prevent Iran from using.
It contradicts itself all the time, the blasphemy argument with Christianity.
Weapons, if necessary, that means proactively striking Iranian nuclear sites and oil installations to defund the terrorist regime.
Wow.
Good.
Thank you.
Let's back that up a minute.
Striking Iranian nuclear weapons, if necessary, that means proactively striking Iranian nuclear sites and oil installations to defund the terrorist regime.
Wow.
Thank you.
There, he just said it. Then on top of that, where are Nazareth and Bethlehem located? There you go. There you go. There you go.
Bring it home, bitch!
I'm giving this guy a sub. I'm giving this dude a sub. Subscribe. And like. I'm glad he found, because I had been looking all over for that speech and I couldn't find it. So I was glad he found it. That was awesome. Was Jesus not a Jew born in Bethlehem, and what nation was Bethlehem in? Right? That's what I mean, this whole fucking anti-Zionist shit. It's like, have you read even the book that you claim to follow? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not religious. I haven't read the Bible fully, and I even know this shit. Holy crap. Holy crap. How can people be so fucking hateful in the name of a book and an imaginary person? I just... Oh boy. I just don't understand. I don't understand. It breaks my brain. It breaketh my brain, for I do not understand. Why do I have 14 YouTube notifications? Oh, okay, let's watch that. So Bering just uploaded a video. Female Navy commander praised after sinking $100 million ship. Does Angry Cops have... Let me see if AC has something on this. Let's... Before we watch Bering's video... Let's... Let's do some searching for AC, because I have a feeling he'll have a better coverage of that. Angry Cops. Female Navy commander sinks ship. Let's see. Does he have it? Yeah!
Hey guys.
Oh no, it's not Angry Cops. Fuck. I want Angry Cops. Damn it. I'm gonna keep looking. Go back. I want to see if Angry Cops covers it, because he's got to have covered it. What? No, he doesn't have it. Aw. Well, let's go to the channel and see. We'll go to his latest videos. We'll go to his latest videos because he's got to have it. If not, we'll go watch Bering's video. But I would always rather see if Angry Cops covers it first. Newest is selected, right? Yes, okay. Good. There's the old crack house. U.S. Army crashes a boat on dry land? What the fuck? Okay, I don't think he's... Let's see. This is gonna be funny. I want to see this. And then we'll go watch Bering's video. We'll watch Bering's video after we watch this. Okay, here we go.
Can someone explain to me the phone call? How do you get a boat stuck under a oh my god. Only in the Army. Only in the Army could you be dumb enough to drive
This would be fun
a
next to
boat
Ask for
into
ASL.
a bridge on land. Sounds like some sort of ancient Chinese riddle. How you crash a boat on water? You give it to the Army. Don't look at me like that. I can use that tone, Chan. I'm dating one of your people. Oh, and by the way, we all know your first name isn't Paul. We looked at your ID. It's Dong Hai or something. Oh my God, that's right. I forgot. Chan's name is Dong. Oh, God, I can't believe I forgot about that. My day is slightly getting better, even though that.
How the hell did they get the boat?
Did no one measure the height of the boat on the back of this thing? That's why bridges have the number labeled on top of them. 12 feet, 11 foot, 6. So then we know what won't fit underneath the bridge. So when you're driving along, you can look up and go, oh shit, better stop.
Okay, thank
but
you.
no, you hard chargers just decided that you were going to hard charge underneath the bridge. So who's the captain of this ship, huh? Who's in charge of this seaworthy vessel? Who's driving? No one? Chan? Chan was driving? You're just living up to the stereotype, aren't you? You just set back Asians in the military like another 20 years because of this.
Oh, God. Okay. Pinkalo just sent me a link to the New Zealand Navy. Let's see. Because it was the New Zealand Navy that crashed the... It was the New Zealand Navy that was involved in this crash. So I'm going to open up Twitter and we're going to grab it. No, I need to expand my messages, please. And, too far. There we go. Oops, too far. The Royal New Zealand Navy loses their largest ship. Okay, I'm going to put this back to the live scene. And now we can take a look at this.
On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping, the New Zealand ship Manawanui grounds on the southern shore of Samoa.
Reboot
I'm your host,
time,
Sal
okay.
Macagliano. Welcome to today's episode. The Royal New Zealand Navy, Te Tawa Moana Aotearoa, the Sea Warriors of New Zealand, the maritime arm of the New Zealand Defence Force, just lost Manawanui, which was off the southern shore of Samoa conducting a survey operation. The ship grounded on a reef off the southern shore. The crew abandoned the vessel. 2 crew members were injured.
That's scary. How did they run aground on the reef?
Everybody else
Like, did they
was
not
perfectly
see it?
fine, saved. The ship, however, heeled over, caught fire, and eventually capsized and sank below the water. We're going to take a look at the events and what we know about this vessel because, let's be clear, there's a lot of crap floating around about this ship, about what's true and not true. We're going to look at what's out there right now that we know for sure. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. I want to start here with a statement by the New Zealand Defence Minister Judith Collins on the sinking of the vessel.
I'd like to update you on the incident that occurred
Whoa,
overnight,
that audio is weird.
in which the Royal New Zealand Navy ship HMNZS Manawanui grounded near the southern coast of Upolu in Samoa.
Why is the audio all weird? Her voice is all like whoa, 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 in my right ear only.
It appears that the ship has grounded 1 nautical mile from shore on a reef where it was conducting a hydrographic survey.
Okay, so it was surveying the reef, I guess, and it got grounded. How did the captain?
I have been advised that the New Zealand Defence Force worked closely with Maritime New Zealand's Rescue Coordination Centre, who coordinated rescue efforts. A Royal New Zealand Air Force P-8A Poseidon was also deployed to assist.
Okay.
Several nearby ships responded to the request for help, which at times meant rescuers battled currents, swells and winds that threatened to push life rafts and sea boats towards the reefs, and one case did actually push one of the life rafts onto the reef.
Oh God. That's a harrowing. That sounds terrifying. You're just trying to get off this boat that's sinking already, and you've got the I don't care ship names sound badass. Yeah, the
Very grateful for the efforts in coming to our aid when we needed them. I'm pleased to say that all crew and passengers are safe.
So this is HMNZS Manawanui. She was previously a civilian survey ship built for the Norwegian oil and gas industry, the Edda Fawn. She was purchased by the Royal New Zealand Navy in 2018, commissioned on 7 June of 2019. She's replacing 2 vessels, a namesake dive support vessel, and then a hydrographic survey ship, the Resolution. The ship cost about $147 million in New Zealand in 2018. The ship, all told, about 84.7 meters in length, about 278 feet, about a 5,700-ton vessel, designed for a speed of 13 knots with a range of about 7,000 miles. The key here is the crane on the back and the work deck area. She's got about 7,500 square feet of deck area, about 700 meters square, and about an 800-ton deck cargo capacity, along with a 100-ton crane.
So she sounds like a research vessel. That's what she sounds like she's for. Like naval research. Yes.
Crew of roughly around 39 and carry roughly 66 passengers on board.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's always better to rely. I'm gonna actually, before I hit play again. There we go. Okay. Now I can go back over here and hit play.
Story by the New Zealand Defence Force, HMNZS Manawanui, crew and passengers rescued after ship runs aground in Samoa. Some details. The incident occurred on Saturday evening while conducting a hydrographic survey 1 mile from shore. 75 crew and passengers began evacuating lifeboats at 7:52 p.m. on Saturday, 5 October. says that at this stage, the exact cause of the grounding is unknown and require further investigation.
So people are saying, so all the people saying, oh, it was because it was a female captain, is we don't even know why they ran aground yet.
On Facebook from the Samoa rescue operation, that is the ship's captain to the left there, along with personnel there. You'll see some Australian naval personnel and then Samoa rescue personnel assisting here. You can see them launching a rib boat directly into the surf. Not always an easy thing. I've done rescues and launching boats, and it's not easy to do it on a beach. 2 personnel were injured and transported from the area. Here you can see the crew mustered on the beach. Everybody seems to be in fairly good spirits, especially the rescue personnel.
Good. At least nobody was killed in this situation. And I hope that the 2 people that were injured weren't injured too badly.
Now, this loss does follow in a wave of incidents that we've seen happening with other vessels in and around the area. Fiji, for example, lost one of their new Guardian-class patrol boats, which grounded not too long ago. This vessel was eventually salvaged, but they suffered a grounding where the crew had to abandon ship and the ship actually sank. Even in New Zealand, we've seen some issues. This is a barge that broke loose while under tow off the coast of New Zealand, came ashore, being used for the movement of goods. All right, let's go ahead and get in some details here. So this is the track of the vessel coming from New Zealand up to Samoa. Now, I will note something here that it has not been mentioned very much, but I do think is important. You've heard the official statement about the vessel being off Samoa to do a hydrographic research. I'm going to talk about that in a second. There's another reason I think the vessel was in it, and it's not a conspiracy one, because there's a lot of them rolling around right now. It is not unusual for safety protocols to have a naval vessel close by.
Okay, so I was actually right. It was a research ship. Okay.
Should it become necessary to evacuate the Monarch. That is a standard procedure, and I believe this vessel was on standby for that reason. So ship was probably on station for that. Probably conducting a survey too. No reason not to.
So research and recovery, basically.
In the area. One of the things that's unusual about the track of this vessel is that its AIS was not squawking for most of the way. It pinged one time during the middle of the transit, and then it didn't ping again until the ship had gone ashore off the southern coast of the island.
AIS is what again? Is that like your location? Is that a location type of deal?
Use marine traffic and AIS. You got to be careful here because marine traffic and AIS don't have a feed on this vessel. They're taking it from one point to another, and so it had a ping earlier. It basically went dark off of AIS, and then it pinged again when it showed up on the reef off the coast. So if you watch this replay, it kind of looks like the ship just runs smack into the reef. Now, that may have happened. We don't know. But that is not a good track for it. We don't have a good visualization on the vessel. And I want to show you, because a lot of people are talking about this. This is the reef it hit. It is a well-charted reef. Everybody knew this reef was here. It's not like they found a undiscovered reef. It looks like they came ashore. Now,
So this reef is a known reef. Okay. So that was another question I had. Was this a reef that nobody knew about?
Argument that we're hearing right now is the ship lost power. And losing power close in the shore here could be the reason why the ship wound up on the reef. You'll see that the distance down here, this is 500 feet. So you're not talking about a great deal of distance here for you to drop an anchor, try to fetch it, and stop you from hitting the beach.
Okay. Because I'm not familiar with how stuff like this works. So, but that would make sense to try to use an anchor to stop yourself.
If you lose power, you're able to drop an anchor. And so that anchor drop should be able to be done. Yeah. The other thing you're hearing of is that the ship was involved in looking at cables. That may be. You'll notice this area off the coast here that's not well charted. Probably the reason she was here was to chart this area. Okay. You don't have a very good image of charting here. Now, granted, this is marine traffic. This is not an electronic chart system that would be much more accurate. but we can believe that Manawanui was probably being used to chart in this area just to the south of Samoa. Okay. There are allegations that it was involved in wiretapping. Just to be clear, there are 3 cables that come into Samoa. These are the 3 right here, these squiggly purple lines. They're just east of Apia, the main port into Samoa. It's on the northern shore of Samoa. This is not where any of the cables. If you're going to tap cables, you wouldn't do it on the south end of the island. There's no cables there, so that doesn't quite make a lot of sense.
So people who are saying that this was a wiretapping mission, I think he's just debunked that.
So a little more detail here from marine traffic. This is showing you currents off the coast. Going to zoom out here for a little bit. You'll see the currents kind of come from east to west along the coast here. So if you lost propulsion, you should have drifted off toward the west, not toward shore. Now again,
instead of having an automated system, it may have had a manual identification system. Oh,
that would make me want to say, okay, well, what was the weather like? What was the wind like? Well, here is the wind and weather for Apia, which is on the northern shore of the island. But right around 7 p.m. when everything happened, wind looks fairly calm out of the east-southeast at the time. So you do have wind that's setting you a little bit toward shore there. You'll notice that for most of the day it was coming from the east-northeast, northeast, and started to kind of come around here toward later in the evening, but not a lot of wind there at all. So here's the position of Manawanui on the southern shore. There were vessels that arrived, 2 in particularly, the Queen Elizabeth, the cruise liner, and a French cable vessel, the Lodberg. Both vessels were nearby, able to come to the assistance. Queen Elizabeth, the cruise line, was probably one of the vessels that you would want to be there.
Yeah.
Large passenger capacity, a lot of lifeboats, a lot of...
Yeah, more room, more lifeboats, more, like, stuff to keep people warm. Feed them up. And fun fact, the captain on the ship doesn't touch the helm or the controls. Or actually give commands. That's the con that does that. Really, 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 really low class officer like 1 or 3. Oh! So if anyone says it's the captain's fault, because you're responsible for any and everything that happens to your boat. This is why even with the smoking ban across all ships and bridges, or all bridges in the military, the captain was still smoking stogies on the bridge.
rescue boats that you could use off of it. The ship did not get close, you'll notice. It stayed offshore, well outside of that uncharted area. Lodberg, the cable vessel, the French vessel, was able to get in a little bit closer to shore, provide assistance, but then the vessels were very quickly released once the Samoans were able to get rescue parties launched from shore. It didn't necessitate bringing the vessels in. But again, I keep coming back to this area here in dark blue. This is probably the area that Manawanui was doing the survey in. Now, loss of Manawanui is a huge loss for the Royal New Zealand Navy. It's one of only 5 ships that are active in the fleet. The hope here was to convert this vessel, provide the roles for 2 vessels, and it would be able to go out and operate a little bit cheaper than a military vessel.
So they wanted this to be like a 2-in-1 ship and kind of get their money's worth out of it.
There's an allegation I read that if this was a warship and grounded, it may have survived. Potentially, yes, probably so, but you wouldn't have a warship doing a survey like this. I mean, most survey vessels are not built to warship.
Communications between the entire world is a series of really big fucking cables that just run along the ocean floor.
And in particularly the Royal New Zealand Navy is trying to save money, so you would not have a warship doing this mission. Obviously, the ship's master
Seriously,
is...
it's like a bachelor gamer's apartment the way they run cables around the world between different countries. That's funny.
Going to come under some attention. In this case, Yvonne Gray, who trained as a teacher, actually served in the Royal Navy before transferring over to the Royal New Zealand Navy in 2012. So these are the ships of the Royal New Zealand Navy. Again, New Zealand is a small country. We're talking about a population of just over 5 million. So really a fraction of what is the United States, a fraction of what is Australia, and yet they're able to field a pretty interesting navy. One of their vessels, Aotearoa, is actually up doing, was doing part of Cpac. It's been involved in operations in the Pacific and providing underway replenishment. So it's not like the Royal New Zealand Navy is not out there doing missions. The problem the Royal New Zealand Navy has, along with many navies, is the ability to get crews for the vessels and operate them out there. Crewing is at a premium these days. I was at a conference in Victoria, Canada, 2 years ago, where I had the opportunity to meet the deputy commander of the Royal New Zealand Navy at the time, and that was the subject of her talk. I mean, really difficult to get crews out onto vessels and get full operation of the vessels they had. And so one of the hopes here was Manawanai would be able to, do the role of multiple mission vessels, plus cheaper being a civilian vessel. So one of the questions I do have is the role of the ship in this survey operation being so close to shore. This is the NOAA vessel Rainier. Rainier was just out in the Pacific last year. It suffered an engine room issue, had to go back to the United States for repairs. But one of the things that you see on Rainier is that it is fitted with a series of survey boats. You send these survey boats close to shore to do the survey. You don't bring your ship in close to shore. And again, it depends on the capabilities you have. Now, a lot of newer vessels have the systems mounted on the hull for sonar and surveillance operations.
Looks like they were trying to get Samoa get better internet. Maybe.
To really chart the bottom of the ocean well. And the vessel in the New Zealand Navy may have been fitted with this. Now, it has the capability to launch remote operated vehicles, ROVs. It has the ability to launch launches, which could do these surveys. I think one of the things we're going to see in the investigation is what was the exact role and mission and track of the vessel. Like I said, right now, it is not showing a track on AIS on marine traffic. The only track we have of it is after the grounding took place. So I think the big takeaway here is we don't know. We don't know what was the leading cause. Ship losing power is not something new. We've been seeing this. We had the Dolly in Baltimore. We've had vessels coming in and out of ports losing power. This has been a kind of a frequent issue we have been seeing.
But why is it so frequent? As someone who doesn't understand ships, why are ships losing power so frequently? Why is this happening?
Issues about fuel, what fuels are being used, what was the upkeep of the vessel. Royal New Zealand Navy is being run kind of ragged a little bit because of low maintenance and low budget money. Was there an issue close to shore? And obviously when you're close to shore in a tight maneuvering position and you lose power, there's not a lot of margin there for error. Were they in a position to drop the hook, drop the anchor, and secure the vessel? Or were they just, unfortunately, at the right moment, at the right time, in the wrong spot? And when they lost power, they could not get themselves off. They came ashore. One of the things we know that happened is after the vessel grounded, it took a severe list. Fire broke out on the vessel. That is not uncommon for that, unfortunately, to happen. Something shifted, something moved, something wasn't attended to. Fire broke out on the vessel. The fire obviously did not last long as the vessel began to capsize and eventually went under the water.
But still, fire on a ship that's always scary.
You can see the vessel heeling over severely. I mean, it's going to be almost impossible to bring a vessel back from that position. You can see the fire starting to break out on board the vessel at that time. That could be anything from a galley fire to something down in the engine room starting to burn. Not sure how fast the crew had to abandon ship. It was 7 o'clock at night, so the crew had to get off at that time. Just, again, a really precarious position for the ship to be in.
Dude, this is why oceans freak me the fuck out. because they're always full of things that can fuck with yourself. Like, fuck with your boat. And fuck with your everything. The humans are not supposed to go in the ocean. We're just not. Holy shit, it's 12:55. We've got an hour till question period. I'm gonna quickly do a be right back. And then we'll check what's going on with Cpac. So let me close this out.
Check message input, chat, ellipsis, text field. Double tap to edit.
Parliamentarians who another country with whom we have diplomatic relations was going to be
We're going to refresh this. And see where we are here. Where is the Cpac TV? There it is.
As to how they do the work.
There we are. Okay.
And that often involves real sensitivities then around security protection.
Holy shit, we're
and
still with the
protection of
security
information.
shit?
The online challenges can involve covert activities as well, but often
Your
by
ship
their very
lost
nature
power all the
actually are
time?
significantly overt.
Why, though?
That's part of the point in a way, is to be as public as possible about the communication of certain sorts of messages.
There's
That
all sorts of
is,
reasons for it to happen. It could be a fuse, but ever
both a
since the
fact and an
bridge
opportunity
collapsed,
in the
I've
sense
noticed.
that the fact that we are not limited then
Ever
to
since the bridge
kind
collapsed,
of
I've noticed an
the kind of
increase of
functions
people
of
talking about
government
ships losing
that
power.
require protection gives us the opportunity to think of this as a much more societal challenge than simply a government challenge. And we have been working with civil society
When are they going to go
groups,
back to the House of Commons, damn
as
it?
the panel of five, we met with experts from McGill and from U of T.
Yeah, this is live.
With a view to some of the work that they
Okay, I'm going to quickly go get some coffee.
Online activities and seeing what they can judge in terms of the flow of information and the nature of some messages that get sent in that context, which is kind of critical to having an overall resilience to mis and disinformation in our society generally. And so the RRM plays a critical role within the government in doing that. And we are looking very carefully at work that could be done to kind of expand that kind of function to cover. RRM is focused principally on foreign sourced information. And so looking at a more general approach to this is something that we're very actively looking at right now. And I think that's reflected in the document that you are referring to. But at the same time, this is not a role that's exclusive of government. And it is, we have been, as I say, talking to civil society, but we've also been talking to international partners about the experiences that they have had, in part to make sure that we're learning lessons from other electoral processes, but just other environments where mis and disinformation can be challenging. And one of the aspects of that has been, I think, quite instructive is to look at not only questions around the content of the information, but the authenticity of the messenger. And the French system, for instance, is very interesting in this regard. And the French have a group who are not looking necessarily to define whether a given body of messaging is accurate or inaccurate. What they're looking at is whether the messengers are authentic people or bots. And that can then be part of an overall assessment as to whether this is an amplification of something that could be problematic, and something that therefore the Canadian public should be aware of as a sort of as a context to receive information that they're receiving. So this is part of the work that we are doing right now, is to think about the implications of that kind of structure for us. And I'll turn to my colleague Dan.
I think you've said it very well. Thank you. But I think maybe one point I can add to that is the document is very interesting, and it doesn't it doesn't have a conclusion yet, as John was saying, but we do have some complexity here in identifying what is foreign and what is domestic at the outset. I mean, the document presumes in some way that you will know a priori some analysis whether an issue is domestic or foreign. I'm not sure that's always the case when it comes to, for instance, a foreign state trying to make their messaging appear to be domestic and organic. So there's an interplay that has to exist regardless of how we structure this in government, that will involve close collaboration, not just within government, but with civil society as well. And I think, we are now maturing that discussion, as the clerk has just said, to think about it in different stages, the difference between attributing, the difference between just talking about inauthentic or authentic behavior, and the value of each of those messages and who is determining those things is definitely under active consideration.
Okay. And that takes us back in a way to some of the discussions we've already heard about in the commission, one of which is the danger of the government perhaps sort of taking on the mantle of being the arbiter of truth. So not just looking at the authenticity, but at the actual content. On the other hand, we heard from members of the Media Ecosystem Observatory, which feeds into the CDMRN.
Yeah.
Nobody can ever remember what that stands for, but I think it's Canadian Digital Media Research Network. And the role that they may play in the future in assisting in these endeavors and being an input essentially also for the panel of 5 potentially. So you've taken us right back to that. Speaking about, picking up on what you were saying, Mr. Rogers, monitoring of the online environment and perhaps the government's capacity in sort of the open source intelligence space more broadly. I know, Mr. Hannaford, in one of the discussions we have, you mentioned that there are gaps in the government's capacities in the domestic space at this point. And I think maybe I'll turn to Ms. Thomas to answer some of these questions, because I think some of this may have started in your tenure. So Ms. Thomas, Mr. Rogers, I'll ask the clerk to pull up first, just briefly, can 21740, please, at page 38. And this is just for the purposes of showing a definition of what open source intelligence is. I'm gonna scroll down.
Okay. This is boring still. We're gonna look for something else. Let me put this on solo cam for a moment. I'm trying to get to question period. I'm trying to see if I can stream all the way until, what's it called? Until question period happens. There we go. What do we have here? Let's see, what do we have? Oh my god, do we want to go through this financial audit? He had to kick somebody off. Oh my god. Jesus, maybe we should. Let's take a look at this.
Another Harley Davidson? Is that my new one? I'm gonna burn this place to the ground. I wrote it here, so I'm at least using it. It's to sell it. No, why would I buy it just to sell it? No offense, but that's the end of this episode then. I don't want to get rid of one thing, this and now not worth and you're my gonna time over me not wanting to get rid of a Harley. I'm not gonna waste my time. I'm not gonna waste their time. You're not wasting time. I'm wasting time if you're not willing to sacrifice any thing in this conversation. So I'm done. This conversation's done. It's brand new. It's gonna depreciate. I'm from Stephenville, Texas. I'm 29 years old, and this is Financial Audit.
Thanks for coming down to Austin. What do you do for a living up there?
So I own a classic Mercedes shop.
You own?
Own.
Business owner?
Yep.
Okay, this is exciting.
Ooh,
Wow, how does the
owner, eh?
business do?
So it's been pretty good. It's been open for about a year now, officially. I bought the shop in August last year. Started doing it January.
Oh, you bought
though.
the shop.
Bought the shop.
So this isn't ground up from you, which is fine. It's totally okay, but buying a shop sounds expensive.
Can be if you do it wrong.
Was
but,
it?
I mean, the shop was $160,000.
Okay, that
This
sounds
is
crazy.
not
as that
something
thing.
down
I thought
50
I'd ever say. I have peanut butter and garlic. What?
15,000, and
how was the shop doing before you bought it?
So no, it was just an empty
Okay.
shop.
I will not
It was
ask.
an empty shop with some
Oh.
land, and it was for sale.
Okay, it's okay. I thought you like bought a pre-existing business.
No.
Okay,
Build
I
it
got
from the ground up.
There we go. Okay, very cool. Okay, now if it is so successful and all that stuff,
Why are you here?
I mean, I think there's a loan in here that's like 200% interest. You know, there's
Yeah.
like some of the more wild debts that exist for people to take out. Where is that money coming from, the success, if not to pay off debt? Why is the debt being taken out? Why is there debt if this is a successful business?
Well, you got to have debt to make money. You got to borrow money to make money. That's how it is.
You
It takes
have
money.
to borrow money
you
to
do.
make money.
Do you have 150 grand sitting in the bank right now?
Do I?
Yeah.
Not
Do
in
99%
for
of
taxes,
the world?
yes.
Okay. Do 99% of the world have 150 grand sitting in the bank to just throw it into a business that may or may not work?
Oh, that's what you're saying. Upfront costs to the business.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's nothing wrong with necessarily taking out like a small
Somebody's
business.
defensive. Holy shit. That was a very defensive. That was very defensive. What, you very dared to give content to a financial audit?
Business loan. There's some good opportunities. Again, you have a 200%
Oh my god,
loan.
could you imagine him fucking
I don't think that's what we're talking
What
about.
loan's 200%? I don't have one at 200.
We'll go over it. It's only
Okay.
a couple in, but you also have just traditional credit cards and stuff that are sitting around 30%. You have credit one, which gets monthly fees. So you have to borrow money to make money. One, I borrowed no money to make this business, to be clear.
Well, good for you. But that doesn't mean that everybody can do that, Caleb.
Okay.
Come on.
But you don't have to borrow money to make money.
Some experts will say otherwise.
So this business doesn't exist.
I'm not saying yours. I'm saying
You
other
said you
businesses.
have to. You said have to.
In my world, yes.
Have to. As in
Yes.
there's literally no other option.
Well, let's see. You're going to love this. I had no job, and I took out the loan for the business so I could make more money. I couldn't just make 150 grand appear
No,
out of nowhere.
again, I'm not against.
He's not saying you. Holy shit. Holy shit. He's not. He's not saying that you should make money appear.
Appropriate leverage in certain situations, and it may have worked in your situation, but you're saying you have to. It's you have to borrow to make money.
Yes, I did.
You.
Yes.
Not everyone.
Okay. So let's not generalize it. Yes, I had to
You
borrow.
said you have to. That's what you said. I'm going off of your words.
Well, for me, yes, I did have to borrow money. Maybe not everybody
Okay.
has to, but that's
No, sure.
maybe what 1%
What did you
of the
borrow?
world?
Like a small business loan? Yes, we can do that. But again, there's credit cards in here.
Yes,
that's
those are before. Those are before.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's not we have to borrow money type of debt. Again, we could even a personal loan. Like the interest rates aren't fantastic, but that's something that we can potentially think about if needed to expand a certain area or different business loans. There's, I take out, as long as the interest rates make sense and the math makes sense, I take out leverage on real estate. But that's because, that's often the best way to take advantage of real estate. You get something that's at $400,000, and if it's appreciating at like 6% a year, even though you have like $80,000 into it, that $400,000 is still what's appreciating at that 6% a year. So there's lots of good ways to take advantage of leverage. But again, this is a big pile of stupid.
Well, yeah, but a lot of that has only started before the shop. It started before the shop.
But if it was successful, why hasn't it been paid off?
Who said I was successful?
You said it's been
I
a
said
successful shop.
Well, I haven't gone under.
So that's
I'm being
the
able to
value
pay
of
the bills.
success? Okay.
Success is being able, in my opinion, success is being able to do what you love and enjoy doing it and being able to just live comfortably.
That's no, okay, but being able to live comfortably means that you're not like drowning in debt, doesn't it?
Everyone would love to have a Ferrari or be able to travel the world, do whatever.
Hold on.
Of course, everyone loves
Big
to do
difference between owning a Ferrari and just literally not having credit cards.
Yeah.
Okay, so
no one in the world said
credit-
what your definition that you just said right there isn't success. I would also define that as success. But you're saying living comfortably, you're having debt that you're not able to pay off. That's not living comfortably.
Well, I am paying it off. It's just taking time. Maybe I should pay it off better.
Yeah, it's gonna take literal decades. at
Well,
your
yeah,
pace,
if I do minimum payments,
which is
Which
what
you're doing.
Yeah.
oftentimes you do.
yeah.
While
Okay,
also
so-
spending on them.
Well, maybe, but I haven't
100%.
spent on them lately. I haven't spent on them lately.
Incorrect. I have the most recent statements.
You do, and I haven't spent on them lately. Well, what's lately? A year or 3 days?
Lately? I don't. This is your most recent statement, so this would be lately. It's your only like available proof that you can print off and show lately. It's the most recent thing, so that's lately.
Okay, well, we'll see what it says, but I have not spent on them lately.
Jesus,
I really have.
that's crazy if
I'll
you're
tell
a
you what it
kitten.
says. All right. $41 is spending on the
That's
first credit
insane.
card.
First
Lately.
credit one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
Yeah,
I know
you
I have
lately
3.
spent $41 on that credit card. There's only about 1,000 more credit cards to go through.
There are, yeah.
So I'd say you did spend on.
I don't remember
Why
that,
would you
but
even
still.
say that? I'm so
'Cause
confused.
I didn't remember it.
You're combative. Okay, this is interesting.
Yeah, why is like he is really
all right.
really combative and upset.
I don't get why even say that though if that's just objectively not true.
So I did not realize I did spend on it in the last month.
Okay, but there's
So-
also
you
more
did.
cards you spent on.
Well, we're not talking about the more. We're talking about that one.
We were talking about credit cards in
They
general,
will
buddy.
be talking
Okay, well, you
about
said
the
credit
more.
1, right?
Okay,
Not credit
well-
cards. You said credit 1.
Okay, fine.
So we're
fine.
hitting on the credit
even
1.
even credit 1 you spent on. So.
Okay. So I spent on
So it
credit
doesn't
1.
matter.
Okay, regardless, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
So that's how we
Can't
live
change history. Just focus on the future.
Exactly, but you're not focusing on the
hello,
future because you're only
Lee.
making
How are
minimum
you
payments and
doing?
still spending on the cards that are accruing interest that you're not paying off. So you're not focusing on the future. So what the f- you're talking
So I
about?
haven't focused on those, but I focused on other things.
What?
So my ASEMA and my Affirm, I have focused on those. I've made more payments on those. My Harbor Freight, I've made more on
Affirm.
those. Yes, I have Affirm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. You're
Blame
easily
the
triggered,
idiot
aren't
that
you?
paid
So am
you.
I. It's okay.
Happens.
So am I. I get it. I can get heated quickly. I'm a competitive little boy in different things.
Notice.
Play me a game in Mario Kart and I'll be freaking out.
You probably would. Yeah. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, we play them on the member streams for those who are there. But okay. Well, I need to know about your income. Do you even know? Not what comes into the business, but after everything, what are you able to withdraw from the business?
So that has actually been a struggle for me to get it
Yes,
separated.
a successful business, as you said.
I have
Oh, to separate. Sorry.
to separate. What comes in, everything goes into my personal bank account right now. I have not set up a business bank account yet because I don't know how to be honest. I haven't gone
Get a
that far. I haven't
financial
looked into
advisor?
Well, I know how to set up a business bank
Go to the
account, but
bank-
being able to
yeah, go to the
separate
bank and be
everything
like, "Dude, I
and
need help
pay
setting
myself.
up a
You have
business
it
account?
deposited into the business checking account. And then your business expenses come from the business checking account.
So
what's the confusing part there? Because I don't want to be dismissive of that. I
okay,
want to actually.
so I understand the whole point of
That's
putting the money
insane,
into the
Fury.
business account.
Yeah.
And then paying myself at the end of the week or end of 2 weeks.
Are you
whatever it is.
LLC?
Yes.
So that's more, you're just acting as a pass through. But what the business account is doing there is essentially, this is really helping you keep the books by the end of the year,
Yeah.
helping you take advantage of different tax advantages,
Understandable.
write offs, deductions, all that good stuff.
So, but for my actual income, it's really just whatever work gets completed throughout that month. That's my income.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it
Well,
varies.
but you have expenses, no?
I do. Yes.
Okay. So would you deduct those from the income?
So
the revenue?
really what it is if I get, say, $10,000 for a job, it goes straight into my bank account and then I pay my bills, whether it's the company bills or my personal bills.
Whoa, what is this VA benefits? That's like $9,000.
It's $1,200 or $1,900 a month, every month. The $9,000 was a back pay for them back paying me.
What is this? Is this disability?
Yes.
There is not one veteran that has been on the show that does not have disability, by the way.
Yeah.
So does every veteran in the world that you know have disability?
As far as I know, except for my grandfather for some reason. But
okay. Can I ask what happened?
For myself?
Yeah.
Just basic stuff.
What's wrong with veterans having benefits? They fucking went and fought for our country. They should have benefits. Yeah, there you go, Fury. There you go. Exactly, right?
Knee hurt back.
How'd you hurt it?
Hiking, just the typical stuff. Rather not get into all that.
Yeah, but you wouldn't get disability for hiking.
Well, just hurt legs, hurt back. Just
Yeah, but from
basic
in the
stuff.
military?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because when you say hiking, I'm thinking you're just going outside
You do
and
ruck
going for a hike.
backs, ruck marches.
Oh, okay. Okay, there we go.
If that's what you're wondering.
Sure. Yeah, I don't need details. I was just curious. Hey, I just become more and more curious because this is every single veteran on the show is on some form of disability.
Yeah, because being in the military is not easy and you get injured and shit.
Which totally down for if something happened.
Yeah.
I'm not against that, but it's making me more and more curious every single time.
Well, I understand. And I mean, if we get on it, it's probably because they have to go through a whole system. It takes like 6 to 8 months most of the time.
Mhm.
They do their research, see what did happen in the military, and then
Sure.
they give it to you or they don't.
Sure. So $1,800 a month for that, but there was some back pay. Okay, Zell is Zell from the business?
Zell is from business.
Okay, 7,614.
I don't remember. Does it say from who? Or
Sorry,
from
this
what?
is just total numbers, but as we go
Total
through the
numbers.
accounts, we can see. But
Gotcha.
there was a total zelling in.
Okay,
Of
that
much.
was more than likely all income to the business.
To the business. So
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like all of his expenses are going into his personal account and he just pays everything from his personal account.
you get paid through Zell?
Zelle,
Okay.
PayPal, and then cash.
Zell, PayPal, cash. Okay, let's see. Yeah.
All right,
Cash
then.
App, 340. Would that be business as well?
More than
Personal?
likely not.
Okay.
That's all personal.
But PayPal is 2,696.
Yep, that was
Then
business.
cash deposit was 4,500.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a remote deposit of 166 or across the board.
Could have been a check.
A bit for business?
Yes.
Right, ATM deposit of $16.
I get
Lottery? You won the lottery?
Yeah, I won a little bit of money.
A little bit of money.
I like
How
to
much did you
gamble
put
here and
into it?
I'm about broken even, if I'm being honest. I've put in about
Hey,
3.
better
and
than
I've won
most.
3.
Better than most. Okay, so I'm gonna add up this business income.
Okay.
Now, big question here. What was your start date of the business?
August 14th of last year.
They get benefits, but there are many that are not on disability. Yes. Yes.
Okay. How'd taxes go last year?
I made $19,000.
Did you file though?
Yes, I have a CPA that did it all for me.
Good. Probably didn't owe too much, no.
No.
But this,
it was 19,000.
but this year, are you saving up the necessary money
Nope.
To
for
pay
the
taxes?
taxes? Because again, I mean that last month shows business revenue, if that is all accurate, of $14,976.
Okay, so
That's not very
I'm not
much.
saving for taxes, no, to pay at the end of the year. Because all the money is being spent.
Okay, if it's all being spent on business, you might be okay there. But is it all being spent on business and what the IRS will define as business expenses?
More than likely, no.
Okay, well then you don't have an
that's a
excuse, and the
problem.
IRS is not going to be happy with that, and they're going to come after you.
And I'll deal with that whenever I get there.
When they show up with guns.
Yeah.
You'll
Well, I don't
deal
think
with
they'll do
that
that, but if they
whenever
do, I'll
they
fire
get
back.
there. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think
We'll see how they do.
you're going to beat the ones with nukes, but
No.
okay. So business revenue. I'm excited for this conversation. This is
You
interesting.
and me both.
Fortune, why are you
Be
so
interesting.
excited?
I'd like to see how this goes.
$14,976.72. So I would want to see, gosh, probably at least because if we're taking into account different deductions and everything, I mean, it's probably safe to say 30% on a monthly basis. So this last month I would have want to see you set aside about $4,493. Now, do you know how much was spent on the business last month?
All the time.
So the shop every month is $1,500.
Okay.
Ooh.
And then I have electrical, which comes out to about $300 a month.
Okay.
Internet, $130. I do have an employee. I pay him $650 a week, flat.
Flat. Okay.
Yes. Go out to eat every day. Take him out to eat for lunch.
Why?
You just said you don't have money.
Well, I do to go out to eat.
No,
which is more important than losing your business.
Most people die if they don't eat.
If like,
it's obvious.
Was the VA disability for losing half a brain?
I didn't
Pack a lunch, you dolt.
have it whenever I went in.
Huh?
What?
You know how to put meat between two slices of bread, buddy.
Yeah.
You don't have to go out to eat every day.
You don't, but it's nice to.
But that's it's nice to. But you just said
nice to, but you fucking can't. Like, there's a Subway very close to the house, and sometimes I would really like to have a little 6-inch sub. But you know what I don't go and do? I don't go to the fucking Subway and buy myself a sub, because I could use that money, that $10 for the sub, to go and get, cupboard stuff that we need. Or, more bread for sandwiches. Or shit like that. You don't have to fucking go to eat every fucking day. Holy shit. Oh, that sucks, Fury.
most people die if they don't eat. Don't be dumb. Don't be a dumb. You what? Have you never made a meal in your life?
I've made multiple.
Okay, then you can bring them to work.
Okay.
Good. Now, legitimately, guys, I believe that you out. What else? I'm like the president to actually take control of your future. Don't wait. Don't let this opportunity pass you. $650 for the employee. I'm not going to count the eating out. What else?
That's not a business expense.
Tools, $200 a week through Snap-on.
$200 a week in
Is that
tools.
a debt?
It is a debt.
Oh,
it's a truck debt, though. It's not financed.
Oh,
It's
through
it's
their
a kind of a
special
private
little thing.
Yeah, just through the
Gosh,
owner.
everyone always, every time on the show, that little truck pulls up. People are just like, "Here, take all my money forever."
Well, I gotta. How am I supposed to?
$130 per month. Yeah, that's gotta. That better be like business and home internet together. You know what I mean?
To work
That's
on cars if I
crazy.
don't have the tool to work on it.
Yeah, they always say you need this.
And it's a
extra
tax
special
write-off.
unique tool.
Tools are a tax write-off.
Listen, I'm going to count that against your business revenue in a second. I'm just trying to figure this out. What else? Recurring.
I use my truck for work. Does that count? I use it to haul cars and pick up customers'
Yeah,
cars.
how much in
deliver
gas?
cars. Diesel is probably.
Well, is the truck owned by the business?
I haven't put under the business name yet.
Okay,
no.
then I'm not going to do that. But just for general things here, let's just.
Why have you've had this business for a year? Why did you not get a business license or a business account, or make your truck under the business name yet? It's been a year.
And then we'll get into your personal finances, but this will help me calculate essentially what's could be coming home on a monthly basis. So $2,780 of expenses. So about $12,196 ish should be left over relatively, and then you're gonna set 30% aside of that.
3,600.
So many 6
And then you
jokes.
should have just about $8,537.20 left on a monthly basis, plus your VA disability. Now that's based on this last month. Was this last month pretty normal?
A little slow actually this last month.
Okay, then I'm gonna do it to be conservative. So I think we can then say about $10,337. Okay.
Okay.
Let's just say that because you need some money aside for taxes. Why risk losing your business?
Yeah.
I
It's
don't understand
understandable.
that.
It is.
Your
I
business
just-
is your life right now, right?
It
This
is.
is your
It
baby.
is.
You're growing it. It's great. Now, good news is, if I'm not mistaken, and you're going to sit down with the CPA and figure this out, this is going to be your first full year of business operations, and you shouldn't face any late fees or any penalties for not doing quarterly because it's your first year. So you're pretty much going to have almost all next year to pay your taxes. I think. Confirm that with them. It's something we started to go through when we were building this business, and it became a lot bigger than we thought, way quicker than we thought. And then we were like, oh, and we had to figure it all out. But that's something you're going to have to worry about. So I'm not freaking out, but you're going to have to get the money
You have all
to
that
at least
for
pay the
14
taxes.
pounds?
And I
That's
would start
crazy.
setting that 30% aside now.
So
Why is it so
I guess
much-
on that note,
See,
I
this
do go
is
to the
what
comptroller.
when I hear our government say food prices are crazy all over the world, I'm like, bullshit. Because 14 pounds would not have bought all of what you just said. $14 would not have bought all of that here. It would have bought like one tray of a 4-pack of sausages, and like you could have gotten maybe some Mr. Noodles, like four or 5 packs of Mr. Noodles and a box of granola bars. That's probably about. They all went to a pizza place and spent nearly 12 pounds each for one night after we all left, or after we all finished. I still had food. I fed 5 people for 2 days less than they paid for that pizza. That's insane. That's insane.
Website every month on the 19th. I have it set.
Okay.
And I pull what taxes I made through my shop system. And
$7 for coffee and filters? Jesus Christ, that's fucking 2007 prices over here. You could buy the 300-gram brick of ground coffee for like $3 and a pack of filters for $3. Not anymore. Not anymore. You can't get coffee for under $10 for like, yeah.
and I
it's
make
crazy.
that payment for just what labor, because I charge tax only on labor.
Oh.
And
Okay.
I pay that every month towards my taxes, if that makes sense.
So the comptroller.
Through the Texas Comptroller website.
So just Texas taxes.
Yes.
Okay, well, federal is going to be your big boy anyway.
Yep.
Yes.
Because Texas is relatively minimal.
Okay.
So federals, I mean, that's a scary one anyway.
It is. It is.
Okay.
Just want to throw that out there.
Well, that's okay. That's good to know. Honestly, that's probably calculated towards that anyway. So I want to know, self-assess, where do you think your personal finances are? 0 to 10, 0 being the absolute worst, 10 being the absolute best.
Like me budgeting or just how
Your
much debt I
entire
have?
financial picture across the board.
I
0
call it
being
an
the-
8.
An 8?
Okay.
8 being bad.
You've seen the show, right?
Yeah. Why do you think I'm here?
An 8? An 8. Somebody that's applied to be on financial audit gives themselves an 8. Okay.
Well, I know, but you wouldn't think in any world you'd be considered an 8.
Well, you said 8 being the best or 10 being,
10 being the best.
Oh, okay. No, 2.
Oh.
I heard that reversed.
Yeah, you did.
No, I'm at a 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Much more reasonable.
No.
If you want your Hammer Financial Score, link in the description below. It's free.
Damn, no
And if you want to
tomatoes?
be on the
Oh.
show,
That sucks.
go to calebhammer.com/apply. We'd be happy to have you down to Austin, Texas. All right. Yeah, again, this credit one, we have
Let's skip ahead a little bit.
$686.61.
Mm-hmm.
The minimum monthly payment of $35. But yeah, you spent. You told me you didn't, but you did.
Okay.
$8.25 of interest is accruing. It's for Clash of Clans?
There's actually somebody that plays that shit. I remember Pink Hollow played Clash of Clans for like a week. That's crazy. Ugh. Yep. That's the coffee I was talking about. Yep. Yeah, it's prices are stupid now.
Oh, I do remember. Hold on, no, I remember that now. I don't even have that app anymore. And actually, yeah, I remember that now. I completely forgot.
You don't
I
even
bought
have the app anymore?
some kind of pack or something on Clash of Clans.
Me.
Yeah. I deleted the app like a week later too.
Yeah, because were you spending a lot on it?
Actually, no, because I stopped playing the game. It got boring.
Oh, me. 2 Clash of Clans.
Yeah.
And then Adobe Acrobat. Using that for the business?
Yes, actually.
We
I did
want
have
to
open
go
that
through
up.
this through the business, though, to help you when you're doing the books, man.
Got you.
Plus, it's not helping anyway because
Use QuickBooks. Why are you using Adobe Acrobat?
this is going on a car that you're not paying off that's accruing interest. And it's not like it's horrifically far from the entire credit limit on that card anyway.
Mm-hmm. What is the limit on that one?
You
We
don't
got 3.
even know.
$950 on this one.
$950.
You know, another thing about you not managing your finances right, you not even being prepared for tax season next year, and guess what? We're entering Q4 here in a second. You have an employee, and he depends on you, and you f this up, and then your employee's and it's your fault.
Yes, 100%.
So nonchalant.
care?
What? If you cared about you, to be doing something. You'd be a big boy right
You're
now.
like,
What am I doing here?
100%.
I'm here.
This
and
is
let's
not.
get-
This is not. No.
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 That is what every single person says to try to get out of any kind of pushback when they sit in that chair. No, you're here. That's what everyone comes here for, is to go through their finances.
Yeah, that's like somebody who's incredibly mentally ill destroying their life, and the psychiatrist is calling them to account, and they're like, well, I'm in your office. Well, yeah, but you still have to fucking do your shit.
No, but you've done nothing this entire year to prepare for taxes.
I have not. The way I do my taxes is I send my 12 bank statements to my CPA. He does my taxes and done.
How much do you have in savings? It's not going to be done this year. Last year, you didn't make anything. This month, you made half of what you made last year, and it's a slow month. So it's going to be completely different. It's not I send my CPA and it's done. No, you're going to be writing a big check.
Yeah.
So,
with money you don't have.
Yes. Money I don't have. Right now, I got about $3,000.
And then your employees, their livelihood.
He'll be taken care
You have
of.
any kids?
You'll be taken care of. How? What are you gonna do? Borrow money? Clash of Clans. Oh, right. Yeah.
Spouse?
Nope.
Okay. Well, he'll be taken care of with what? You don't have any money. What are you talking about?
I'll get the money. I'll make the money.
How?
I'll work harder, get the money.
Not through the business. It'll be taken from you.
Not really, because I'll just work and get everying paid off.
Oh my
I'll get the
God.
taxes paid. I'll
Okay,
work,
so
take
at
the
that
money
point,
and pay
what
it.
you're saying is telling the IRS after every avenue is
Exhausted.
already gone through that are essentially potentially penalty free for being a first year business. Once that's all gone, then you start going into like IRS debt, and you're saying you're going to pay that off. 25% IRS debt. So it's going to put you in a deeper and deeper hole because you're going to start paying that. And to pay that, you're not going to be saving up for the next year's taxes. And then it just gets, man, you don't understand the danger of this. You really don't. Listen, I'm a new young business. We're the same age. We're the same age. Young business owners, young businesses.
Yeah.
That are both growing pretty quick, and we've both been successful. And this is awesome. I love this. This is great. But there are so many people out there that have completely thrown this away by up. It was one of the first things that once we were like, oh, this is a real business, we put money and time into figuring it out because it is necessary for the longevity of the business. And you're just around, and that's scary.
It is, and I have to agree. Yes, I haven't dug into it as well as I should have, But I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know. You don't know.
Yeah, and we have a whole section dedicated to variable month budgets where months are just unpredictable.
Okay.
So we got you. We got you. But we'll go through this, and then we'll also give a plan at the end of this. But, typically when figuring out your first budget and everything, it takes
Ooh, a
time.
payday loan.
So,
this is the one I wanted
we're
to
gonna
hear
kinda
about.
like
And
a
then we're going to go
makeshift
back to
budget,
the comments.
And then let's see things. So this one's interesting. This one is interesting. So we got something. Acima.
There's also an online
Akima?
mental health website.
Acima.
$2,649 is the purchase price. But the total you'll be paying is $6,304.
So
also known as essentially a 200.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Fury Kitten. I'm sorry to hear that.
% interest rate.
So Acima has a 100-day same as cash payoff.
Where are you in that 100 days?
So right now I owe $900 and I got 2 weeks and that should be paid off by then. I've already used them 4 times. Every single time I've had it paid off. I'm not going to be paying that interest. That's stupid. But I'm going to be paying that off.
Well, you better, man, because literally, if you don't make that payment, 900, 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks. 900, 2 weeks. If I don't do that, then I start taking on interest.
Dude, it's an aggressive interest.
And it's $125 a week.
Jesus Christ. That is a stupid payday loan. That is an aggressively stupid payday loan. Holy shit. I'm going to quickly jump over to Cpac and check where we are here.
Meant it's a concern. It was a sanction. He understood why it would be upsetting to Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong had a series of questions for us, as you see here, and I committed to getting back to him with the answers. So we did have a follow-up conversation.
Okay, if we scroll down a little bit.
Oh my God.
We'll see maybe some of the conversation you're talking about there. So Mr. Chong is asking some questions about PNGing, and there's a line there at the end of this which says, Jody said, Jody, that would be you, Ms. Thomas. I frankly believe it was bureaucratic in response to Chong saying was it a political breakdown or was it bureaucratic? Can you speak to that element of this conversation?
Yes, Mr. Chong was quite concerned that he just wasn't informed because of a political interest.
Speak with reporters before question period.
Was not
Ooh.
true.
Let's do that.
The global Lebanon appeal made by the United Nations, and I believe this amount of $1 million will get us to our share of that appeal that Canada traditionally meets, if not exceed that share.
How do you ensure that this goes to the people that need it and doesn't end up in the hands of Hezbollah?
World Food Program, we trust them. United Nations High
Oh.
Commission for Refugees, we trust them. Canadian
You
Red
trust
Cross,
the United
who are on
Nations?
the ground, we trust them. The members of the Humanitarian Coalition. These are international trusted partners who have decades of experience.
$20 is
navigating
$20.
conflict zones, delivering.
See, that's what I mean. If you said
so
$20
in the context of
American to me is like
accountability
almost
and
40
integrity
Canadian.
measures that have kept our confidence high over the years. I trust they'll do the
Like if somebody sends in like 20 or 25 bucks in Streamlabs, that's about 40 bucks
Thank you so
Canadian.
much.
And I'm doing sit-ups for donations today instead of jumping jacks. Oh, they've finished. Are we going to... Hold on. Let me go for Cpac here. Let me look up what's live on Cpac right now on YouTube. Cpac.
Check ad emotes. Fury Kitten moderator. A payday late.
Yes, those things. Fury. Let's see. Okay, let's see. What's live? Live. Okay. Minister Hassan makes an announcement on assistance for Lebanon. We just watched that. Vest Association calls on feds to adjust labor shortage. Okay, question period's not here yet. Okay, so we'll go back over to financial audit. We'll go back over to financial audit for a bit more.
I'm not going to.
Okay. We'll go back over here and we'll wait for question period to come up.
Be paying that interest. That's stupid. But I'm going to be paying that off.
Well, you better, man, because this, literally, if you don't make that payment, 900, 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks. 900, 2 weeks. If I don't do that, then I start taking on interest.
Dude, it's an aggressive interest.
We trust the UN. Get the fuck out. Right? I remember when the US dollar was almost parity with Canadian. Same here. Same here. I remember that too.
And it's $125 a week.
Yep, $121.06.
$121.
It's just crazy, man. But you still took this out and you took on the risk. So I am glad that you're close to paying it off. And, if everything goes well, we should be doing that. But you still took this out.
Yes. I had to get a set of tires.
Immense, huh?
I had to get tires for my truck.
I know, but even a credit card would have been better because what you put on yourself is if some job for some reason just dried up for a couple weeks, you would have been with a 200% interest.
And I never looked at it that way because my mindset was I'll have it paid off by the 100 days.
Of course. That's how they get you. And you're actually potentially, most likely I'm going to say, actually win this. But you have put an immense risk over your head with this.
And I probably should have looked at it that way.
Well, that just makes me a little more afraid for the future. All right, guys, I get it. You need more financial autos. Member live. Join the member.
Under control.
That will f your business, man. They'll f you.
Okay. I got nothing to say on it. I mean, it's. I feel like that one's under control.
Nothing to say
so far. I think it still will be. But again, take those out. How many more times? When's the time it's not under control? When's the time something happens? When's the time you get injured or there's like an infestation at the shop or something and then businesses can't be done?
Life happens, things change.
Dude, life is crazy, man. Okay. Medical emergency in the family, you have to travel. You never know. You never know. Harbor Freight.
Love my
what
tools.
What do we get? Yeah?
Tools, and more tools.
Are you working to get tools or are you getting tools to do work? Because it feels like the first.
A little bit of.
Yeah. I think he's more getting tools to work and going to write them off as a business expense.
Yeah. It's always in that industry, man. People are just almost more obsessed with the tools than the work.
I do see that. I do like my tools. I try not to.
It's fun, but.
It is. I try not to go overboard and get like $50,000 in debt on tools.
But let's just have the business running and humming and taxes paid.
But like I said, I have to have the tools to keep the business running.
Yeah, but come on. Every single tool, you think that was the exact tool, version, model, everything, brand that you needed to get, and there was nothing cheaper in the entire world if you're being realistic.
What do you mean nothing cheaper? I went to Harbor Freight. It is cheaper. It's the cheapest.
Well,
I
you
could have
said
gone to
you-
Snap-on and get a set of wrenches for $500.
Well, I was gonna say, but you have done the truck.
I have, yes, because they do
Okay.
have some better tools. I get better tools on Snap-on,
But you've got
a lot of
every
the tools.
tool. But confirm with me right now, 100%. Every single tool that you've gotten, every single tool is 100% necessary.
He's got him there. He's got him there. Because there's no way every single tool he's bought is 100% necessary. There's no way. No way.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Listen, I'm not there. I don't see it, but we've had people just like you on this show, and that has never been the case. I'm going to take your word for it.
I buy the tools as I need them. If I need that tool and it stops the job for today, I go that night, pick up the tool, and then come back and finish the job.
Okay. I'm going to take your word for it. Because I'm just not there. There's no provable, but.
I mean, tools are a requirement for the business. You got to have it.
But again, most people get tools they don't need or more expensive than they need.
Yep. Okay. It's not, he's not wrong.
I'm not some people.
I'm
I'm
not
me.
some people.
And I get the tools that I need.
Yeah, you have 3 credit one cards and you take out 200% interest rate loans. So that's
that
the
is
person
me.
I trust with financial decisions.
Yeah.
That is you. You're right. Other people do not do those
Welcome
things.
to the show.
$69 purchases. Okay. Also, reminder, you saying you don't purchase on credit cards. Interest rate $33.16. Minimum monthly payment $46. So why are we purchasing on a card that we can't pay off?
I mean, I do pay on it.
You don't pay off.
I don't pay off.
He didn't say pay on it. He said pay off. Ugh. Basically. Well, given the benefit of the doubt, at least he's buying stuff straight out from Harbor Freight, which is basically Princess Auto from up here. Oh, okay. Rather than having a Snap-on truck guy come in and you go into debt $100,000 for a socket set. Yeah. Yeah.
Off? No, because I keep reusing it.
Yes, that was my question was why?
See, it's stuff that pisses me off about Caleb. He doesn't understand the industry and that you're going to need the weird one-off shit. Yeah, there have been times when I've seen you have to buy like a one-off thing. If you use the wrong tool for the job, you really do risk damaging the work you're doing. Yeah, like I've seen you have to stop doing everything and go and pick up one stupid thing.
That was literally what I just said, and I asked why. Why do you do this thing? Oh, because I do this thing.
Well,
what?
I buy the tools so I can use them, and then I pay them off as I go. If I buy $100
why
tool,
on a credit card that you cannot pay off that is accruing interest instead of your cash flowing like $15,000 a month? You can get a tool.
So I try to buy with cash a lot of times, but like a toolbox, I'm not wanting to drop all that money at once. I'd rather just put on the credit card and pay it off.
Yeah, but you're accruing at 30% interest. So you're not getting the return even close that you're thinking by delaying it. Not even close. You're losing 30%.
I'm not getting it to get a return. I'm not investing in it.
Then what's the point? Pay it off at once then. If you're spreading
tools and the equipment is an investment into your
in and out, you're doing it to try to leverage some kind of return. That's why you would do it.
It's not a return. It's a not dropping $1,000 on a toolbox at once. It's $250.
Because that he lives in Texas and doesn't understand that in Canada. Oh, yeah. You're saying this would be like Caleb yelling at me for buying 2 sets of tires every single year because he lives in Texas and doesn't understand that in Canada you need to buy 2 sets of tires. That's the problem when you buy cheap tools.
week
is they're made
or
for cheap
however I want to divide
Why
it up.
not drop it off all at once?
Maybe I don't have it.
Okay, well that is different.
I don't have the extra $1,000 to spend on the.
Then again, you're not budgeting. You must not be budgeting in that case. Well, we already know you're not. But because you're not budgeting, we know your business's expenses are relatively low compared to your margins are good. So you should be able to do that. But you're doing stupid spending, which is why you can't afford to do it in cash. So you have to put it on a credit card.
Yeah.
So maybe we look at it that way.
Maybe. Shouldn't you be looking at it that way? Because that's the way that you are doing it. Like,
Get it as I needed a tool. I put it on the credit card, and sometimes maybe I'll pay it off.
Why the fuck are you here? Please, for fuck's sake.
Y'all invited
Why are you
me to
sitting
do-
at this table?
Why not? I mean, I'm here to talk about the finances and go over my stuff. Right?
With what end goal?
people seem things like my delivery overhead is more than just fuel, but people seem to think I sit on my ass, put gas in the tank and drive around. Yeah. My broker takes 25%, yet everyone acts as if he makes more money than all of us.
Goal.
That's
To be debt free
insane.
and have a successful business.
You're not listening to anything, or the complicated airflow might be getting its way into your ear, but you're not processing it. You're a defensive little stone.
You're asking why don't just spend $1,000 on a toolbox? Why do I put it on a credit card?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I don't have the $1,000 to spend on the
Don't
toolbox
buy
at
the
the time.
fucking toolbox then. Wait. Or buy a not $1,000 toolbox. That is the same size.
I get that, and we just defined why, because you don't budget, even though your
Yes.
margins are good.
So
I know that.
What else is there to explain?
No, but you also said sometimes you just don't want to pay it all up front. That was another reason you gave.
Yes.
And because of that, I want to know why then. If you have the $1,000, then why would it make sense to lose 30%?
Let's see. I use it maybe once a year. Oh, the brake pad caliper. Or the brake caliper compression kit. Yeah. Yeah. You don't use that all the time, but it's a necessary tool.
On it.
I don't know, because I'd rather just keep the money in my pocket. The Harbor Freight card is for Harbor Freight, and I can use that $1,000
The money that
elsewhere
you're
for
keeping
maybe
on-
bills or gas or whatever. I can't spend the Harbor Freight credit card on gas, but I can spend my $1,000.
Harbor Freight credit card, destroy it, burn it. I don't care. You don't know how to use credit cards. You can only
Okay.
use a charge card. People like you, like a fizz card. You guys, you can't use a credit card. You're not a credit card person. You can be someday after you prove it, but you're not. So don't give a shit about a Harbor Freight card or where you spend the money. But either way, the cash you're keeping in your pocket, it's not gaining any value. It's losing about 3% a year in inflation. This is
just fucking buy the toolbox. Your bolt breakaway kit, you spent $60 on it 3 years ago and only used it once. Yep.
is losing 10 times that by being on here. So at no point does it matter.
No.
So what's the point of a credit card? If I'm going to put $1,000 on a credit card.
Good question.
And
I'll tell ya.
I don't.
Sometimes you get 0% financing. That's fun. Throw the money in the marketplace. You get a better return on investment.
So they do that on purchases over $599.
Which was not this purchase.
Not
And
that one, no.
sometimes,
We have 5% cash back.
and there it is, 5% cash back. Remind me, what's the interest rate on this card?
30.
Okay, what's bigger?
Obviously.
So f you.
Okay.
What's bigger? Obviously 30. Well then fuck you. Oh, that's too funny. Oh. That's great. That's great. Oh my god. That was amazing. It's time. It's time. It's time, ladies and folks. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. I wanted Cpac. I didn't want, or not, I wanted QP, not Jagmeet Singh talking to reporters. So we're not quite there yet. Let's see here. Let me refresh again. Why is Singh speaking with reporters at the same time as question period is supposed to go live? You know what? We're just going to go back to the Cpac website and I'm just going to click the live on the question period. That's what I'm going to do. How many lives do we have? 15 live broadcasts. Where are we here? Live. Inquiries on Cpac, that's not what we want. That's what we're... Senate proceedings. There's the NDP leader. Question period, that's what we want. So we're gonna click le play button. It has not started yet. Yeah, we have not started yet. Okay. So I'm going to put this on the You Are Not Alone screen. I am going to quickly go to the bathroom and I will be right back.